Alright, friends and fiends, let's go ahead and get started. How are you guys doing? Jumping in, it's another Saturday, at least the time of recording. If you're not watching this live, it was Saturday. Let's see, we played a little D&D yesterday. No D&D tomorrow. It's a holiday weekend here in the US, so that everybody got plans, as is the case. I might have plans as well, not sure yet. But it's a big one. It's a Memorial Day weekend. A time when we honor fallen soldiers by having barbecues and buying mattresses. Because it's American way. Yeah, so today I wanted to jump in. We're going to talk a little bit about what is the right size for a dungeon. What is that dungeon Goldilocks zone? So that's what we're going to lock in for today. It came up because we have been running in the campaign that I've been playing in, one of them, that we have been doing a bunch of dungeon delving, and there's a big dungeon that we're in, and I think we're getting close to the end of it, but it's always a little hard to tell. So we've kind of done the D&D dungeon thing where you kind of go down one branch and then backtrack, kind of go down another branch, and then you're like, which places have we explored and which places do we still have left to explore, kind of aspect. But it is what sort of brought it up, because I do feel myself becoming fatigued with this dungeon at this point. And to put in context, it's not a small dungeon. I don't have to guess, I can just look in my campaign notes. We started that in March. Let's see, how many sessions have we... okay, there's 4. Alright, so on March 15th is when we first technically got into it. Technically, we did the pre-dungeon dungeon, which is you actually have to go through a shipwreck to get to this area that we didn't know was going to be a dungeon. So it also was a thing in an adventure where we kind of... a dungeon was sprung upon us. We ended up going into it. That in itself was, I think, maybe a miscalculation by our Dungeon Master. I'll show you down my Dungeon Master. He's doing a great job. It is just we didn't know this was we were going straight into a dungeon. And then it made it clear, table-wise, is like, we're going to be in this dungeon. So let's see. So that's 1 session, 2 sessions, 3 sessions, 4 sessions, 5 sessions, 6 sessions. So we're about to go into our 7th session of being in this dungeon. And that's what brought this up for this live stream to kind of talk about. I was like, because I think that there's clearly a Goldilocks zone, because I feel like I have reached the dungeon fatigue stage where I'm like, okay, this dungeon is too long. And actually, I have been done with this dungeon for a little bit, because I had very early on discussion with the Dungeon Master, as we typically talk about dungeon mastering as a craft or whatever you want to call it. Talking to him about it, I was like, he's doing things, most of this dungeon's on a VTT, where he's, drawn out the full grid map of the whole thing, and he's revealing it as we go through it. And there were a lot of things where it's very older school dungeon with a whole bunch of corridors, a whole bunch of junctions, and paths that go in different ways. And at one point I did just kind of ask him, I was like, is this worth it to spend all this time to lay out all these corridors and hallways that just don't have anything in them? Take the time and energy to make the map of those, rather than just focus on the key points where there's actual interactive bits, where we would actually need the map. And then I talked to him a little bit about the way that I was like, I don't even do that. I was telling him, I was like, I don't ever do grid maps anymore, for the most part. It was like, if I need to draw something out for like a battle, I'll draw that out. But in general, I don't draw out the dungeons that way, because I don't find it to be particularly useful in the way that I do run dungeon delving. Like, I just make kind of like a node map, which looks like a mind map. So it's just areas of actionable content with lines in between them that represent the hallways. And then, hey, if there's something in that hallway, there's another little bubble in there. And then all that stuff's keyed off of a map key, and that has all the content. And you guys watch the channel, you've seen me make a dungeon, so you understand how that works. Now imagine having to do that, and then on top of that, you still have to make a dungeon. And I'm like, I don't find that to be a particularly cool part of time, especially when you have so many hallways that are really empty. So I feel like we're just kind of running around, or this place, the layout of this place is confusing in the way that dungeons are typically made. That just seems to be for no apparent reason other than we can't put 2 rooms next to each other, which is also a very D&D dungeon thing. So I was like, okay, so what is kind of like the trying to figure out this right size. So I was like, okay, so now I think I've got an idea of what's too long, but also having run things like the Lavender Grove, which was again the 5-room dungeon and things like that. And it's like, for me at least, that's a little too short. I feel it's like we're in and out. You don't really get to kind of soak up that atmosphere of the dungeon, or there can't be anything particularly chewy about that dungeon as far as gameplay or story or anything else that's going on or mechanics, because you're not going to be in it very long. So you really only get like a taste test sampler of whatever that content is. You can't really dive deeper into it. So it made me think, okay, so there's got to be some, if you can have dungeons that are too long, and you can have dungeons that are too short, then there's got to be some just right Goldilocks zone in the middle. So how do we figure that out? So that's kind of what I want to do today. So I took a whole bunch of notes throughout the week, and they were scattershot and they were all over the place. And I have tried to organize them. We will see how well I did. It was definitely a situation where I ran out of time. Ran out of time and energy to do the things that I needed to do to really be prepared for it. So we're going to see it real raw. But let's go ahead and hop into it. Okay, so the key question is, one of the key questions is dungeons. I think the important thing to do is focus on the purpose of a dungeon first. What is the thing, just like how I do any adventure building, is I want to kind of drive down first and be like, okay, what is generally the kernel of it? What is the thing that I want to capture with this adventure? In the Lavender Grove, it was like, oh, well, they're going to be finding the heart of the root of the blight, the lavender blight that's causing things. It's like, okay, so I know that is. Now, in this case, it was a literal root, as in it's a tree. But I didn't know that going into it, but I knew that that's what I wanted. It was like, I knew I want that to be that. I also knew that I wanted some things like I wanted introductions to the giants that are going to be there, because they're in the north part of the island where there are more giants, and they'd heard a lot about them, but they hadn't really run across any of them yet. So I wanted to give them an opportunity to run across that. It was another opportunity to add another wrinkle layer of lore about Okeanos and the I don't know what you want to call him, heretic. Well, not really a heretic anymore, he's a saint now, but one-time heretic of the church who was in the area, but posthumously raised to sainthood. Very excommunicated, but now that you're dead, I guess you were actually a pretty good person, kind of thing. So that's what I like to focus on, is what is the kernel of whatever I want to do with that dungeon first. I find that to be the easiest thing, because then once I have that core, I can build everything else kind of around it. Man, some of these notes. To be very honest, this is one of the things where I was like, hey, I have a buttload of notes. I don't have enough time to organize through all of these. I have chicken scratch throughout the week. So one of the things where I was like, you know what AI is good for? It's usually good for making outlines. And I dumped it into AI and be like, hey, take this information and put it into some sort of outline based off of this information to try to organize it. And it did not do a good job. You know what? I don't feel bad. We can actually take a look at this. I wasn't planning to bring this up yet, but we can go ahead and bring it up. Here we go. So it's like, oh, the purpose, our key questions. It's like, none of this stuff this is weird stuff that AI added. This is not actually important stuff that I wanted to talk about. One of the things is, like, you understand that the people who push, at least I feel like, that push for AI, especially in like the work world or in other aspects, don't really understand how, frankly, just dog shit it is at most things, including just organizing information, which is supposed to be one of its strengths. I feel like the models have gotten a little bit more liberal as to what they decide should be in an outline versus the information they were provided to put into an outline. Where it's gone above and beyond reorganizing information, which is all I wanted it to do. So we're going to put this, we're going to make this our scratch pad. We're going to take notes. So, we'll see here. A lot of this stuff, not something new. So according to this, our main question is how much dungeon creates maximum engagement without fatigue or rushing. Rushing, not important. I mean, rushing is important if you're running like a 5-room dungeon. I think maybe the best thing is look at like, okay, what are the diametrical opposites? Too short versus too long. Max shortness is basically a one-shot dungeon. It really doesn't get... I mean, a dungeon can technically just be a room, but it's hard to say that that's truly what we think about when we say dungeon. Actually, you know what? Let's make it that. So, max brevity. Let's do it that way. Brevity. So I'm going to say like a one-shot, basically a one-session. What's the best way to do that? So like a one-shot, a 5-room dungeon, a 1-page dungeon, anything that's like that, and there are a lot of them out there. They really focus on brevity and being like packing what they consider to be, or the proponents consider to be, a lot of gameplay into a small amount of time. And that makes it sound like I don't like these things. I do like these things. Like I mean, we watched it. I just ran the Lavender Grove, which was a 5-room dungeon that I created and ran for my players. Like, just finished it. Not yesterday, but last week. Though they were technically still in a little bit this week. At which point they finally came across Lasha, because they did not come across Lasha in their first initial investigation of the area. That was the one area they did not go to. They actually ended up going fully around her. But they met up with her a little bit on their exit. I wanted to make sure that like they knew that she existed. Other than just what the NPC had told them. And so we have, so max brevity, and then we have Brax, it's too short, but it's like too long or too thin. Let's say max expanse. Expansiveness? Maybe let's go this. And this is, on the other side, we have like full mega dungeons. Which is basically an entire campaign. The dungeon is the campaign. So those are our two far ends. So we have one that's like, technically you could be like a room as a dungeon, but man. I think a dungeon incurs more than one rooms. I think if you look at something like Matt Colville's Delineate 2, which I think has 3 rooms in it, which is not, this is actually a good point. Let me bring up Dungeon Delve. If you're not familiar with Dungeon Delve was a series of similar like one-shot dungeons. This was put out by D&D for the 4th edition of D&D, and it's an entire book, like a consolidated adventure books in the same way like Tales from the Infinite Staircase, or Candlekeep Mysteries, or Ghosts of Saltmarsh, or etc., etc. Those are compilations of adventures. Same thing here. But I wanted to look at, specifically, I think, Copper Knight Hold, which is the very first one. Dungeon Delve has basically 1 per level. And there's 30 adventures, because D&D 4e goes up to level 30. Spoiler alert, there's another 10 levels. And so they have 1 per level. But yeah, I think most of these are actually built with 3 rooms. So kind of a 3-room dungeon is probably what I would consider like the Dealing Tube, and you could tell Matt Colville's play with 4th edition because the Dealing Tube also follows this exact same format. Spoiler alert, the Dealing Tube is basically a reimagining of many of these things from Dungeon Delve. They're like 3-room dungeons. The 3 rooms are really the shortest. But that's going to end up about the same because it is meant to fill a one session of D&D. It's just that fights tend to take a little bit longer because they're much more crunchier and for you. So there is a reason why that is the case. I was trying to see if there's anything worthwhile noting here. I mean, I could just show it to you. Let's just do that. How about that? So we have Copper Knight Hold over on the left. It tells you a little stuff about what's going on here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages. Pretty short. Tells you exactly how the map's laid out, how you start there. And each one of these has this really nice thing where it talks about expanding the delve, like how to take one of these adventures if people really like it or really like the story, or they have unanswered questions that they want to track down at the end of the session. You can be like, oh, well, you can run these out and other people can take a look at it. And you can expand them off into, split them off into their own little campaigns if you want to do that, or adventures. Couple defenses, very straightforward. Then you go down. There's the Hall of the Ancestors. Everything in here is relatively combat focused. That's a very 4E thing. So that's it. And that's it. So you have 3 rooms. I have played and run this, I think, multiple times, especially this first level one. It's fine. It's perfectly suitable for a first level adventure. I'll put that way. I don't think I need to look at anything else at Dungeon Delve that way. So you have basically, so it's either you're either doing one session, or on the other side, it's all sessions. All sessions of a campaign, or one session of a campaign. Now, when it comes to things like 4E and very much in 5E as well, you will see that most things, most published stuff kind of tends towards, especially the 2014 guidelines and the DMG, for as good as they are, which is not very, pushes this idea of like this one session dungeon. And that's something that comes out like what John Starr puts out in the idea, publishes the idea of 5 from dungeons in what, like 2003, kind of becomes popular later in that decade and spills over into, so by the time that 2014 rolls around and the new edition of D&D is coming out, like it is kind of the go-to idea. Is like, oh, you build a dungeon per session. That sounds like a terrible campaign to me, and I would hate to play it in a campaign that is basically a Monster of the Week, but instead it's Dungeon of the Week campaign. That sounds incredibly boring to me. But I guess there are people who do that, and they do like it. Couldn't be me. It simply could not be me. It just could not. I would get so bored of that so quickly. Like I said, then dungeons feel very disposable and very shallow. I'm in the wrong window clicking around. I'm in OBS. That's not good. Here we go. And what was I gonna? I was gonna do something over here. Max brevity, max. Let's look back over at this stuff. Yeah, the Goldilocks zone. You know, what is the dungeon for? Again, I don't know why it's adding this stuff in. This is not stuff. Dungeons do not need fixed length. That's kind of the truth is that the actual answer. Let's put it down here. So the TL, DR answer is essentially no strict guideline. There's no strict guideline on a dungeon that's too short or too long. It's very player dependent. Very group dependent and player archetype dependent. Like I said, it couldn't be me, the person who would want to play in a game that is a bunch of individual dungeons strung together by some thin narrative in between them, but every week I show up and I plumb another dungeon, and that's the campaign. That can't be me, but there are player types, things like Slayers and Power Gamers, who don't care as much about some of that other stuff. They want to kick down doors and slay ogres and get loot that makes them more powerful and better at kicking down doors and slaying ogres. That's the game loop that they're interested in. So, but for me, no. My answer, my take, is about my assumption here, or let's do that. My assumption. 2 to 3 sessions. Goldilocks in. And again, I'm measuring it in sessions because depending on your group, some groups move faster than other groups. It depends on how many players are in your party as to how fast things move. Fewer players, the more content you get through, so you can make some larger dungeons when you have a fewer amount of people in them. When you have a whole bunch of people in it, it kind of clues you from making a very expansive dungeon because it will just take them very, very long to get through it. So something you might plan to be like 2 sessions might end up being more like 5 sessions. Just because if you're in the weird position where you have like 7 players and it just takes them forever to do things, things like combat become bloat and become like a huge slog and all those things. And trying to get them to make a decision, a consensus between 7 people is very difficult. Just more people you put in the mix, the longer every single thing about the game takes. I was very much aware of that yesterday when I was running. Because we went down from 4 to 3 players last week because one of our players is moving. And because of that, I was like, oh, right, they moved that content significantly quicker than I thought. It helped that there were only 2 people in one area, 1 person in another area. So getting a consensus between 2 or 1 person is very, very easy. So they moved quite quickly. So I'll have to keep that in mind when I start prepping for them in the future. I wasn't thinking about it for this first initial session of moving down to just 3 players. So my assumption, yeah, based on all my anecdotal information about running games and playing games, specifically D&D and D&D-like games, so your Pathfinders, your OSRs, OSE kind of stuff, is that I find 2 to 3 sessions to be enough. It's enough that we can, chew you with mechanics, we'll say atmosphere, and story, without, overstaying its welcome. Or becoming a diluted drip feed of progress. Which is, I think, the thing that I noticed with the dungeon that my friend is running, which is not his dungeon. He's using a pre-published one. But I'm like, oh, there's not really... You can tell that this DM, my friend, very much likes puzzles, and will choose puzzles and add puzzles into his game. Those who watch the channel know that I'm not a puzzle person. Not because I dislike puzzles, it's that from my DM perspective, is that puzzles really only ever go one way. Either somebody knows the answer to the puzzle and it's solved immediately, or people take forever to figure out the puzzle and generally requires a lot of hints from the Dungeon Master to figure it out, and it takes a whole bunch... Your game grounds to a halt while there's a whole bunch of people, scratching their chins sitting around the table. It's like, well, maybe it's this. Like riddle. And it's very much like riddles. Riddles is a good distillation of my problem with puzzles. It's like either you know the answer to the riddle, or you come up with an answer that actually does meet potentially the answer of the riddle, but is not the correct answer to the riddle sometimes. We had that happen with... The answer was, I think, a feather, and we were like, oh, a leaf. It was something about wind and falling, and we're like, oh, a leaf. And while that is technically fits everything that went into that question, was not the actual answer to the riddle. That's my thing. So there's a lot of that, so I feel like that stuff really slows itself down, it really overstays its welcome. You're trying to fire hose a lot of lore at us, but it's spread across so many rims that it's such a small drip feed that it feels like you're getting these pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, but very few of those puzzle pieces seem like they fit immediately together because you have so many spread over such a large area of the dungeon, because it's a large dungeon. And in general, what I find out is that when you hang around and people start to lose the thread. They forget things about the dungeon. And what's happened in previous sessions. That's the situation I'm with in the one that my friends running, that we're going into session 7 of doing this dungeon delve, and I'm like, man, there are things from early on in there, and I take mediocre notes. I don't take the best notes in the world for sure, specifically for games I'm not running. And I'm like, I think I remember this being the thing. Is this the thing that we found in this room? Yes or no? Okay, there's a whole room that's got like a whole cat themed room, and it's like, I don't really understand what this has to do a ton with anything else that's going on, other than there are beast folk in the area, and that people were potentially turning themselves into beast folk, like in an ascension kind of way. But we don't have anything to anchor that knowledge against in the dungeon of other things that we find out in the dungeon. So it's like, well, if it doesn't have any way to get added contextually to the rest of the information, there's a higher chance that we're just going to forget that information. So when the point shows up where that information will be applicable, we're going to forget about it. We're going to be like, oh, right, that was a thing. Which I don't think is fulfilling for us as players. I don't think it's fulfilling for the Dungeon Master to be like, oh, now you have all the pieces of the puzzle, but maybe you don't know that. Or maybe you've forgotten about some of the puzzle pieces. They've fallen on the floor because, they weren't attached to anything. Same sort of situation. Let's see. What else do we got? We got in here. All right, so this was not useful. So the modern philosophy is the dungeons do not need fixed links. That's true. If I look at the 2024 Dungeon Masters Guide, which is one of the things I was looking for when I was taking notes out, most modern things don't tell you that there needs to be some sort of fixed length. Now, 2014 very much kind of stuck to its gun with that at Adventuring Day synopsis. So they kind of expect you to have those 5 to 10 encounters in it. And then again, they're very loosey-goosey about what is an encounter and how that seems really high for an Adventuring Day. What do you compare about, like, oh, well, you can't have 5+ fights in a day, usually using the encounter creation tools that you've given us. Like, the player characters won't have enough resources for that. I mean, I guess you can make like 10 trivial encounters, but those are not going to also be very fun to play. Very interesting. Whereas older editions, like 4th edition is pretty clear. 4th edition is more, Dungeon Master's Guide is more of a true teaching guide of teaching you how to run a game and understand the parts of the game. I find it a much superior book to either the 2014 or 2024 Dungeon Master's Guide. And they very much focus in on 7 seems to be about the consensus between the Paizo 1st edition Game Mastery Guide and 4th edition Dungeon Master's Guide, is they say that 7's about right. And I think that jives with my expectations when I'm trying to make a dungeon that is for about 2 to 3 sessions. It fluctuates a little depending on how many people are in the group and how fast they go through stuff. But we know mathematically, I'm just going to pull up my calculator really quick, is that we know that rule of thumb is about 45 minutes per an encounter or scene, whether that's roleplay scene or some sort of exploration obstacle or like big trap or hazard. Not like the door's trapped and you get hit for some damage. I'm like, oh, here's a big thing, like a true obstacle that you need to figure out how to overcome. That you can't do it just by killing it. So if you have 7 of those, that gives you about 5.25 hours of entertainment. So 5 hours and 15 minutes. That is about a session and a half, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty much a session and a half. If we assume that a standard D&D session is about 3 to 4 hours of gameplay, about 3.5 hours, that's an hour and a half. That's pretty good. That's definitely like, oh, this will probably take you more than one session. Depending on how slow you are, it might take you longer. If you're real quick, you might get through it in a session. Like now that I have 3 players, could they make it through essentially a 7-room dungeon? Yeah, probably. But if I was going to double that to truly get like 3 sessions out of it, that'd be really tough. That would be, I mean, to get through that in one session would be almost impossible. Not, I hesitate to say impossible because there are some groups who could probably do that, but most likely not. So, yeah. Yeah, so you double that number to 14, that's pretty much going to get you on the dot 3 hours. So somewhere between 7 and 14 seems like a pretty good middle ground for what I look for. Though honestly, most of the dungeons I make are, I'd say, yeah, probably about 6 to 10 is usually where I put it, and I find that my players tend to go a little bit slower. So I don't need to build it out. If I build it out any longer, it will take longer. So it's very dependent. So, you know, we'll put this as player, and we'll say number of players. Oop, not what I'm trying to do. Number of players and group speed. Alright, he keeps wanting to try to do markdown on this. That's not what I'm trying to do. Group speed. Figure determination on how many sessions, we'll say how much time it takes to get through an encounter / scene. Because some groups play really fast, other groups are very slow. I find that more role-play oriented groups tend to be a little bit slower because they want to have in-character discussions about things. Even when it comes to overcoming like exploration challenges, like how do we get across this pit? Well, they're gonna have that conversation mostly in character. And having in-character conversations tends to take longer than having out-of-character conversations. It also tends to tangent, which is not bad. It's an aspect of the play, which is the important thing. And it's part of their enjoyment, so I don't want to take that away from them anyways, or try to cut that out. That is the marbling in the meat. That's the fat in the meat. The marbling that actually makes it much better, much more savory. And not just cutting off the gristle. So I think that is exceptionally important. Hello? Is there a reason you're not deleting? I don't know. Alright. Anyways. Yes, I think we can cut through most of this stuff. So part of a session is too short, I feel like. That's not really a dungeon at that point, because to do that, like we said, you're basically looking at 1 or 2 rooms if you're wanting to do other things in a session, in addition to completing a full dungeon. And in my mind, 1 to 2 rooms doesn't really constitute a dungeon. I think you have, at a minimum, it has to be at least 3 rooms. So I think we should put that up here. So I think we should put like our baseline assumptions on dungeons. On what constitutes a dungeon. Of that, I think 3 rooms. Or 3 areas, chambers, whatever you want to call them. I think essentially 1 session essentially one full session of play. We'll say of intended play. Like we said, some people are going to go through very quickly and some people are very slow. But there are also dungeons that I made, like the very, very intro dungeon I made, the Hidden Cairn, which you can get for free on DriveThru RPG. If you want to pick it up, I think should be a link down in the description for the store. You can go pick it up for free. It's meant to kind of introduce people to Dungeons and Dragons, particularly the 5th edition of the game, where it tells you about, oh, here are different types of encounters that are in here. So it has an exploration encounter, it has an opportunity to talk to some monsters that are in there, it has an opportunity, it has some combat in there. Kind of gives you this idea, oh, there's going to be some traps, there's going to be some hazards that you deal with, there's going to be some traversal, there's some climbing you do in it, and things like that. Some skill check, challenge kind of stuff that's in there. And it's really short. You can probably, if you know what you're doing, run it from memory, and you could probably weasel it down and probably finish it in about 2 hours. But it's meant to be played by people who are new to D&D in general. So it tends to take up about a full session whenever I've run it, simply because the people you're running it for are going to have a lot of questions about things. So I wanted to keep it a pretty concise, pretty straightforward adventure, but also note that it will fill an entire session, assuming that the people you're running for are going to have a lot of questions about the mechanics and how to do stuff, and asking which die is the one that I roll, which one is the d20 again. And then invariably at some point somebody will pick up the d12 instead and roll it, and then hopefully realize that they've just rolled the wrong die. Which, hey, by the way, pro tip, if you have new players that you're trying to bring on and you need to give them dice for the game, give them a different colored d20 than the rest of the dice set. So you can always be like, roll the orange one. The orange was the d20. That way, before they learn the dice shapes, they'll be able to quickly determine which one is the one they're supposed to roll all the time. So you can avoid them picking up d12s and rolling them. Or remove the d12 because it's almost never used. And probably they're probably playing like a fighter or something like that, or some other... I mean, they're probably not rolling a d12. There's very few things that you need to roll a d12 for in the game. You probably just remove it. Just make life simpler. Okay. Okay, what makes a dungeon feel too long or too short? We talked about that a little bit already. So I want it to be, when it feels too long, it feels like it overstays its welcome. Too much combat, resource management is really difficult. Yeah, let's put it down here. You know what? I should have kept my other notes. My other notes had this all laid out in one area, and now it seems like it has spread all that information around. But I was dumb. Unless, can I do this? Alright. No. I don't know what this is changing. That doesn't appear to be changing anything. It doesn't matter. I have a notepad that had what I thought was the original notes, but it was actually my new notes. Dropped in there. So I thought maybe I could undo and maybe pull it back in. But it won't! So we're just screwed. My apologies. Okay, so what makes feel too long? Or too big? Too long is fine. This is really a measurement. I think what we've ground down is that it's more a measurement of time that you spend in there. It's not necessarily my issue with the one that I'm playing in right now, and why I'm losing focus is not because the map itself is so big. Because traversal is very easy. You can just say, I go to that place. Unlike a video game where you have to physically walk between all these areas, and that can be a pain in the butt. In D&D, you can just be like, well, we backtrack and we go down that other hallway. And that's takes that long. So it's not map size. It is amount of time spent in dungeon. And I would say even among that is feeling like making slow or minimal progress. which I will. This, by the way, this right here is a massive issue for me. It is the exact reason I can never play things like MMOs or Destiny or any of those forever games, is because at some point I feel like I'm spinning my wheels and I'm not really getting anything out of it. I don't feel like I'm making progress or anything. Also, that's why I generally prefer single player games, where it feels like, oh, I can make progress and do that stuff. But it's also the same thing that makes me struggle with looter shooters sometimes, or Diablo clones, is that I feel I end up spending so much time in the menu more than playing the game, because I'm trying to, make green number go up, Berber number go up by every time that I pick up new gear. Now I've got to sort through all that new gear. Is that gear better than the gear I already have? Yes or no? No? Okay. Well, I wasted a whole bunch of time looking at all this. I understand that is fully a me problem, and you do not have to play the game that way. It's just how my optimizer brain will work that, and I need to be better at that. But it does make me struggle to enjoy those games. That I have a very low threshold for playing those games. That I'll be like, I feel like I'm wasting my time, so I'm going to stop playing this. But I do think it's the amount of time and feel like you're not making slow or meaningful progress towards the end. Like in the current dungeon are we making progress? The progress is exploring the dungeon. The problem is that we don't know the true scope of the dungeon, and so while I think that we're getting relatively close towards the end of the dungeon, that is more of a vibe-based thought, and the fact that we've gone through a bunch of rooms, rather than any sort of objective knowledge. As far as we know, there's still a few more, because there's 5 suns. We have done blue sun. I think we've cleared these areas. Blue sun, green sun, black sun. We're on white or yellow sun, and we're going into red sun. So I think we're getting close to the end. There's 5 suns. Those are all the suns. We should be getting fairly close, I think, to the end of the dungeon. But again, that is... who knows what we've missed. And I'm sure we've missed something. In fact, we probably missed a lot of stuff. It's very older style dungeon, so I think there's a lot of like hidden doors and stuff that we have not necessarily come across. Maybe entire areas we've missed. But yeah, the thing that makes me feel long about it is that we've been in the dungeon for multiple sessions. And dungeon gameplay makes it hard to do things like social RP. Because it's really just intra-party talk. And intra-party talk is generally not moving the adventure forward at that point. Because you're not having, most of the time, you're not having social encounters with denizens of the dungeon that help to provide anything. And this dungeon doesn't have a lot of living creatures to talk to. And those that there are so far out of time that the knowledge they give you really adds more question marks to the pile rather than what it resolves. Very difficult. Which I think, like I said, makes it feel like we're making slow or very minimal progress, even when we're talking to people, even when we're investigating stuff that's written, or the kind of world building that's in the dungeons. Like, it just feels like it's very, very slow to make, very trudging pace. Which you could say is a pacing issue? Question mark? The problem with pacing in dungeons is that you can't really control the way that we build dungeons, or the intended way of building dungeons is that the more choice you give players, the more agency as to how they deal with the dungeon and which routes they take through that dungeon, the less control you have over the pacing of the game, because you're not able to kind of put different elements in alignment as to how they will experience. So it is itself this strange thing where it's like, well, you want to provide agency, but also you could end up doing 3 fights in a row or running through 3 empty rooms in a row if they just happen to choose the perfect storm of choices to make that happen. And really kind of throw off pacing in a dungeon very, very quickly. When you can have multiple stretches of like stuff not really happening, and then a whole bunch of action, or they accidentally do all the action up front, and then everything that's left is not action. You can ameliorate that somewhat by where you decide to making sure that you sprinkle in things that you expect to be combats spread out so they're not next to each other, so that you would have to go through different types of obstacles or challenges in the dungeon to get from one to the other. But that in itself can become trite and very formulaic. So it's a very weird, this is the art of dungeon mastering and not necessarily the science of dungeon mastering. Very much, you kind of have to have a little bit of experience and understand your party a little bit and understand generally how people go through dungeons. Which you can really only get from the experience of playing the game. Both running the game and playing it as a player to understand how players make decisions. And even then, they still do weird stuff that you don't expect. And just in this last session, they did a thing that I wasn't expecting. So in this last session, just getting out of the dungeon, they've got exhaustion, they're trying to make their way back. And they're like, hey, there's a campfire over there. This was an encounter they missed on their way to the dungeon. And they're like, oh, well, let's go see if they have a donkey we can buy so that way we can ride because we're exhausted. And that'll help us continue to move forward. I was like, oh, I had never really imagined that you guys would have much of a social encounter with these guys. I figured you would either, one, completely avoid them because they're not part of your timed mission that you're on, or two, you would recognize them as pirates, which was clear, and like I explained that to them, that they clearly appear to be pirates. And they would have some sort of altercation with them. Nope, they went in, they ended to have a pretty genial conversation with these people, who were very guarded about these people coming out of the marsh in the middle of the night to talk to them. They kind of share a little bit of food and drink. They buy a very overpriced donkey and head on their way. I was like, okay, they had to like, one of those things like, you could have talked to them. They have like a whole reason they're here, all that stuff. And like, yeah, we don't care. We just want the donkey, actually. All right, sure. Yes, you can buy a donkey. I hadn't even planned for there to be a donkey there, but I was like, it makes sense that they could have a donkey. Why not? They're doing some excavating. Let's put it that way. You know, as pirates sometimes do when they look for something that is buried. Something underground. Who knows what that could be? Certainly my players, for whatever reason, did not seem to clock that. Even though I was like, they're clearly digging. They're pirates. Pirates generally only dig for one thing. Anyways, can we get that donkey? And they move on from there. Such is the way. Players act in mysterious ways. Alright. So, the main question was how much dungeon creates maximum engagement without fatigue or rushing. Yeah. I don't think I would consider a one-page dungeon or like a one-session dungeon rushing. Because I think most people are like, usually it's the finale that gets left off, and that's a good thing to kick off a second session with, would be a finale. And then you can have a whole denouement, and that can be the second session of them, like, getting from the dungeon back to wherever they got the mission from with their loot, and stuff that might see them on the roads that might want to try to take their now pockets filled with loot. And trying to make that way back, and then, you know, get the kickoff for the next adventure or whatever if you're doing a campaign. And so they get some idea about what maybe the next adventure is going to be. So that seems very clear to me, so I don't feel like rushing is really part of that discussion. So fatigue is really what I'm going to say. Like I said, my issue with those short dungeons is mainly that they feel very disposable. They feel very shallow because they have to be by necessity. That they are shallow, and by being shallow, they are immemorable. Let's put it that way. No, stop. Here we go. What makes dungeons feel too long? What makes dungeons feel too short? Let's put this in. So, what makes a dungeon feel too short? Actually, you know what? Those threes. They tend to be a shallow experience. Because I don't see the pacing issue. I don't think that it's a pacing issue with short dungeons. Other people might disagree. You might disagree. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that. I think the more important thing is that it's a shallow experience and it becomes immemorable. Or we'll say, forgettable gameplay. I think there are other issues for making it too short as well, but not what makes it feel too short. Which we should say issues with dungeon length. Let's go ahead and say Dungeon Master. Dungeon Master issues with dungeon length. We'll say from dungeon length. So under this we'll put too short, too long. So under the too short category, go ahead and another heading for this. Under the too short, and I'm going to say Dungeon Master Prep or DM Prep. And I'm also going to put that same thing under it being too long. This is about adventure design in its totality. We're looking at it through the lens of dungeon, but really is about adventure design in general. So when DM Prep, when dungeons are too short, you're constantly making dungeons. Often every session prep. If you're doing those one page dungeons, 5-room dungeons, you have to make a dungeon essentially every single time that you're going to play the game. So by that merit, again, they have to be very shallow. It gives you the opportunity to do a lot of variety of things. They just can't be very deep. It can't be a very deep experience. The problem with this is that when things are too long, it tends to be a lot or significant upfront work. And yeah, I'd go ahead and say that the silver lining here, we can add some silver lining. Silver lining. Variety. You can make a bunch of different stuff. Make and try a bunch of different. So too long, when you're making like a dungeon that needs to last for like 4 sessions or something like that, if you're doing something like that, a larger dungeon, you're like, that's a significant amount of prep work that you're trying to do. And if you're trying to do that in my instance, trying to do that for a weekly game, that's really difficult. Now, you guys watched me prep 2 dungeons, essentially, over the last, I had, 3 weeks to work on that? Technically, I have 4, but 3 weeks. I'm going to sneeze, I think. Or not. So I knew that I was going to have 3 weeks to do it, so it was a good time to do that stuff. And I knew it would be fun to do on stream. So that way, people could see how somebody makes a dungeon. Or at least how one dungeon master or game master makes a dungeon. Things you might like, you might want to pull from that. So if you want to check that out, that's all on the YouTube. Go check it out. A lot of our last ones is about dungeon designing. So if you're interested in that, check it out. So it's significant upfront work, but the silver lining there, then basically have very little session prep while running the dungeon. So, like I made the Lavender Grove. But that was a 1-room dungeon, or God, I keep saying 1-room dungeon. It was a 5-room dungeon, a 1-session dungeon. And they got through it. I really had to push them. It was a longer session than I wanted it to be. But I was trying to get us to a point because we had that player exiting the campaign. So I was like, I kind of have a very specific area I'm trying to get to. Trying to make that happen. And they still picked up in that at the beginning of the session I ran yesterday. And so that was a good, I don't know, maybe like a third of the session. And then the rest of it is like them traveling back. And then the other player who's technically at the Maragon Gate dungeon and starts to explore that a little bit. He only went into one of the rooms, realized, hopefully, that it was a bad idea. Luckily, walked into a room that didn't have any monsters in it, so didn't have to worry about being immediately annihilated by an encounter that's meant for four characters of 4th level when he has one character of 3rd level, which would have immediately annihilated him. But luckily, Ash survived. That's the PZ, and was smart enough to backtrack at that point. But the silver lining is like I really didn't have to do any session prep. Basically, the only prep that I really needed to do for this session was, because I knew where they were going to go, they're all going to basically meet back up again. So I knew all I needed to actually do for the session was represent the potential encounter that they missed when they were on their way to the dungeon. And then I rolled for some random encounters and they didn't get any, other than that one. So they made it all the way back. And so now they are starting off in the morning. They got a long rest at the end of that. They are hungry for a level up, but I don't know if I'm going to give it to them just yet, because I gave them a level up in the middle of this adventure, which is actually between 2 dungeons. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I haven't decided yet. We gotta see how it all plays out next session, which will be a very talky, heavy session, I feel like, which are also fairly easy to prep. All right, let's go back. Yes, narrative and pacing matter more than room count. Yes, but also, how do you measure narrative and pacing? Again, I don't really understand why I put my notes like this. I asked it to organize my notes, and I feel like the AI did a terrible job of that. Comparative system notes. Okay, we talked about this already, but... So, this actually had a whole bunch of notes, which it has distilled down into a few bullet points. Ooh. Kinda missed that. Kinda missed the forest for the trees on there. These are... So one of the ways that I typically, when I'm organizing content, put out content, is I try to ask these 6 W questions, which is who, what, when, where, why, and how, which is how backwards. And some of this stuff, it has nothing. Who are the players, blah, blah, blah. This is not kind of important, not really important. This is less important. That's about dungeon design, not about dungeon length. We talked a little bit about this. It kind of depends on who your players are and what they want out of the game. Did we put anything down there? Yeah, the number of players group and player archetypes. Player archetypes and we'll say party composition. Because if you're doing like a wilderness dungeon where there's a bunch of like survival checks and stuff like that, if you guys don't have a ranger in the party or anybody training in survival, it's going to be a slog. That's what happened in the Lavender Grove. They left the druid behind. Or the druid, they didn't leave the druid behind. The druid chose to stay behind on the very druid heavy, would have been super useful to have a druid adventure. They levy. So they really struggle with that sometimes when you don't have the right person in there. But the player archetypes are also important. Like I said, some people move through things differently. They want different stuff out of the game. Especially like who can do what and how well. So if you don't have somebody with you who can deal with traps, having traps in the dungeon, pretty difficult. You don't have a wisdom-based character who's probably going to notice the traps, even worse. It just plays in the full 5e 2020. The traps, so they find the traps by setting them off, and they disarm them by getting out of the way. And player archetypes, some work better with dungeons. Dungeon adventures than others. Who is the dungeon designed for? Why would I design a dungeon for optimizers? That would be weird. I'm not necessarily going to. I know. That's a higher level DM question. It's like, do you create a dungeon that's based around when somebody builds like a one-trick pony type of player character? How much of the game should you build specifically for them to be able to do their one cool thing? Their one cool thing that billionaires hate or whatever. A little bit, I think. I think going in, making a decision to make a character that's only good at one thing is questionable. I think, and sometimes I feel like that's not necessarily a player that is playing well with the group. It's a, I almost see it as a flavor of like the lone wolf PC. You're like, hey, and if you're not playing with the group, then you're not going to be in the story. Like, nobody's going to keep inviting you to the party when you're like, I hate you and I don't want to go to parties. Okay. Then we're not going to go. Hey, how you doing, Armor? Nice to see you. So this is... I do think that there's a thing to be said about designers of designing dungeons for new players versus veterans. Veterans is a very loaded term there. Because, I mean, at this point, 5th edition's been out for 12 years. You could have veteran players that are only familiar with 5th edition. But I think veterans in this context is more like a grognard kind of thing, when you're expecting somebody who does more dungeon delving like an OSR kind of thing. Five Torches Deep, that's the gameplay they want, where it's like, oh, well, the way we overcome challenges is by using our noodle and not necessarily looking at our character sheet as much. So I think that that's what it was trying to say here. I don't know where it's pulling that from my notes. This is fine. Ugh. Again. I should have double checked this before I had deleted the other stuff. Oh, you have an idea for a session? Do you want to hear it? Yeah, sure. Hit me with it. Tell me what you got. What is the dungeon? We talked about this already. I think these are reasonable questions. Again, these are more dungeon design questions. I don't know why it's pulling up dungeon design questions more than anything else. I think that I would say that these, I'm just going to pull these full sail. Move it over to our scratch pad. I think when we talk about the issues with something being too short is that forgettable gameplay. And trying to do that, you're like, I think it's unable to do deeply interesting focus or foci like these things down here. Like, hey, are you draining resources? Are you delivering a long, very narrative? It's kind of hard to create tension when you have only a short amount of time to do that, because it doesn't allow for any lulls within that. It's very thing. Hey, Shobazzy. Do I think that these tips will apply to Pathfinder 2e? Yeah, these are in no way system specific. This is all agnostic, because we're not talking about the mechanics and stuff. We're talking about what is the right length for dungeon rather than what goes into the dungeon. Oh, a mimic infestation. You can't trust anything or anyone. Anything can be a mimic, an armor, or potion, or member of your party. Ooh, yeah. Yes, I like that idea. I think that's an idea you have to be careful with. Because I think that you will run into armor. I think you're going to run into the problem of introducing any trap in a dungeon. So here's what usually happens, at least through my experience. When you throw a trapped hallway in a dungeon, party's going along, they hit a trap, it goes off, somebody takes damage. Suddenly, everything that they're doing in the dungeon, all the exploration, everything grinds to a halt, and everything needs to be tapped with a 10-foot pole. Tech magic needs to be ritual cast on everything. Suddenly, the ability to like start making progress in the dungeon. If you can't trust anything in the dungeon, players will stop. They will essentially optimize the fun out of those elements of the dungeon. They'll be like, well, we don't want to be caught unawares, so we granularly kind of move through the dungeon, taking everything very, very slow, which ruins the mimic experience, because mimics like jelly cubes or animated armors or anything like that are gotcha monsters. Ropers, stuff like that, they're gotcha monsters. They're like, ah, surprise, monster. But you really only get to do that once. And so when you aren't able to do that, once you get past that one stage, if you have more in it, the problem is whether or not there's more of that stuff in the dungeon, the players will now treat the dungeon as if it is filled with that thing. And the only way to prove that wrong is for them to ensure that that is not the case. So they will try to get around it. Oh, it's more like an Among Us game. Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe in that context, I see it a little bit better. But still, like, even Among Us, when you have, like, all the tasks and stuff you can do, the idea that any of those tasks might also be mimics that jump out and try to grab you, I think might end up with a bunch of people standing in a room pointing fingers at each other and not doing anything. That might be the issue that I would foresee. You switch it over here to see the other chat. One thing that's at least in Pathfinder 2e, combat kind of expects the party to start at full to near full health, and I haven't played enough D&D to know if that's an expectation there as well. Yeah, I would say the entire idea of having multiple types of rest is generally the idea that the party's going to come pretty loaded into most fights. Now, you can always break that assumption in any system. I break it all the time in D&D, and you can certainly do it in Pathfinder as well. Where it's like, if you make a lot of smaller encounters that aren't meant to, that otherwise would not be challenging to a full resource party, and you have a lot more of them, you can have shorter encounters that wear them down little by little, almost like eroding them as they go through their resources, and then have things that punish is not necessarily the right word, but makes things like taking rest dangerous. So giving them, whether that is the task or that they're doing in the adventure is timed, as in like, hey, every time that we rest, there's less likelihood that we're gonna get to the place that we need to get to and do the thing we need to do before that time limit expires. Or it's just like, hey, resting in a dungeon is like super dangerous. There's a bunch of monsters in here. So the likelihood that you're gonna get 8 hours of shut-eye is, do you break into somebody's house and lay down in their bed and try to sleep in it? Only if you're playing a video game. If you do that in real life, people call the cops on you. You're not going to get a lot of sleep, and people are going to yell at you. So that is sort of the other side of that. So it can either be like they need to be, the carrot is like they need to continue forward to do the thing they need to do, or you can have a little bit of stick on them. It's like, hey, if you try to do this, I'm going to swat you. There's a chance that you're going to get swatted here. You're like, no, bad player. Bad player. We're going to hit you on the nose with a rolled up newspaper and be like, no, you need to keep moving in the adventure. But that does change how you have to tune encounters to do that. So if you keep throwing like full sail, ready to knock down a full resource party all the way around the corner, you're going to end up with a TPK on your hands, which is, I assume, not what you want in a game. So you do have to change that. That also changes the way some players will play. Some players will be like, oh, I don't have all my resources, and there's less chance that I'm going to get them back. Oh, now it's become more of the resource management game that D&D was always intended to be. And D&D likes are intended to be. It's a resource management game. We can trust it up, and we like all the role play, we love the story and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like you have a certain amount of abilities that are a rare commodities, and choosing when to use them and how to use them is a large part of the engagement and player choice of a game. That's very important. What makes a dungeon feel too long? Yeah, we did all that stuff. What again? Yes, that's actually important. So encounter mix. What makes it? So let's put that. That's also important in here. Yeah. So encounter mix. And this goes under both. That is both a determining how long a dungeon is going to take. Encounter mix is very important, both on the type of players that are playing and the type of PCs that are in the dungeon. So again, if you're running a more wilderness kind of game where like survival or nature is really important, if you have druids and rangers in the party, they're probably going to sail through a lot of those. They're going to have the right type of spells, they're going to have the right type of abilities, they're going to have the right type of skill proficiencies and tool proficiencies to make it through those kinds of encounters pretty easily. You hope. I mean, the dice are the dice. But everything will be in their favor to do that well. Now, if you have a party mix that doesn't have that stuff, they're going to really struggle. They're going to fail a lot of encounters. They're going to have a hard time with a lot of encounters, and they're probably going to have to deal with quite a few consequences of those actions. A classic example from the campaign I'm running is that previously in the group, there wasn't a druid. And the party's like, well, we run off into the jungle without a guide. Okay, you guys can make survival checks. None of us are trained in survival. You guys get lost in the jungle. You don't know what you're doing. Of course you get lost in the jungle. And they got separated at one point, and one person ended up like a few miles away. And so they had to find each other and come back together, and that became a whole aspect that I didn't plan for. I didn't think, hey, if you don't know how to go through the jungle, why would you try to go through the jungle? Not on a path or anything like that. You're running an evil campaign, you wouldn't mind a TPK. Yeah, I mean, it's been my experience that TPKs will just happen. You don't have to go out of your way to make them happen. They will just occasionally happen, unfortunately. Your idea was a zombie infestation. But memes, yes. Exactly. So encounter mix is very important from the party composition, but it's, like we said, very important with the player archetypes as well. Like social scenes. Social scenes for actors and storytellers. You have your exploration scenes for explorers, but also I'm going to throw in here instigators. Instigator type is the type of player type that's, if nothing's happening, they're going to make something happen, which can be bad in a social scene, but they're really useful in exploration scenes. They're the people who are like, hey, if you put a treasure chest in the middle of an empty room, you know, if you have an instigator player, that guy's going to open that chest. He's going to go mess with that chest. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to coax them to do anything else. Like, they'll make it. They're the person that's like, I see big red button. I hit big red button. Doesn't really matter what it does. I'm going to hit the button. And I'm going to do it before I figure out what it does. It's up to the other people in my party to kind of stop me from doing that. And then, of course, you've got your combat scenes, which is generally for your players and your power gamers. We're missing some roles in here, but also some of them are interesting, like the tag-alongs or things like that, or people who are just like, I'm just kind of here for the social aspect of it. Those people will also typically, won't matter what scenes they are. But if you know the encounter mix of your dungeon and how your players interact with them, so if you make a hard DC or one of the more difficult obstacles in a dungeon or any adventure is talking to a dragon or something that's clearly so powerful, or is in technically not something that could be killed with hit points. Like maybe it's somebody magically hologramming in to talk. Like, so the way you get through this is actually having to talk with somebody. Your actors and storytellers are going to eat that up, but that means that the scenes might be much longer. Whereas these guys over here, your explorers, instigators, and power gamers, your explorers might be into it a little bit because they're going to try to get lore out of that. But the instigators, slayers, and power gamers are going to be like, yeah, we don't really care about talking to this person, and we can't kill them, so we just try to hit whatever button is the plot forward button. What do I hit? What button do I hit? What die do I roll to make plot go forward? To make new stuff happen. And so they're going to try to breeze through those things. So once you understand that, a lot about understanding how to design a dungeon for how long you want it to be. The how aspect of it is understanding your players and your group, because there is no cookie cutter pattern that you can use for every single group, because every single group and every party composition within that group is different. Different numbers of PCs, different classes, different subclasses, different ancestries, everything's different. Different items that they have, magic items or mundane, all that stuff, all the skills they've taken, tool proficiencies, blah, 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 blah. And then on the player scene, it'd be like, well, if you have very different types of players, then they're going to engage with the content very, very different ways. And there's going to be different types of content that they like better than others in the pillar. What worked best for mimics in my older campaign is I sprinkled a few mimics in a dungeon, made them feel a little uneasy, then one room was full of them. So they started investigating things. There were treasure in some chests. There was a mimic for others. They got to this door where there were a few chests, a bed, a table, and 2 doors. While they were investigating the chests and focused on one of the doors, sprang to life and started beating on them. And the rest is history. Yeah, that's a very good way to do it. It's kind of sprinkle it in and be like, hey, only once and everything. Like I said, it can sometimes have the issue where the group, it depends a lot on the players in the group. Some groups will really slow down and be like, no, we need to poke and prod everything to make sure it's not a mimic before we start engaging with it. Which can really slow down a dungeon adventure very, very quickly. One of the things where I've come around at this point in my dungeon mastering career where I feel like we should always use passive perception, make use of the passive perception for a party, and have traps and monsters roll active stealth against their passive perception, with the understanding that you guys are in a dangerous area. I assume you are always looking for danger. And so you are always, in a way, taking 10 on your danger. You're always paying attention and trying to be careful. And really, it's up to the monster whether they are doing a good job at hiding or not. Yeah, when does the dungeon feel too long? When does it feel too short? Player rest. Yes, that's actually a very important part. Let's do player rest. Too short versus too long. Resource management, or let's say content versus resources, pushes or incentivizes. Let's say that incentivizes. Is that right? No, can't spell that. There we go. Incentivizes particularly resting. Particularly long resting. Taking those 8 hours of sleep. Nothing's going to kill that. This is a thing that apparently a lot of dungeon masters struggle with, or game masters of all time, particularly in the D20 area. But the idea is that parties get very comfortable, especially newer players, once they try to optimize things to be like, we're going to try to Nova every encounter where we throw all our biggest, baddest spells at it, and we're just going to try to wipe this, whatever fight is, off the face of the earth. And then after that, we're going to go take a quick 8-hour nap and get everything back. You have a lot of spellcasters in your party, you will see them do this a lot, or want to do this a lot. And so you either need to create situations in which they need to be spending fewer and fewer resources. Like I said, sometimes that's easier by making just lower level, less deadly fights, which seems counterintuitive. They're like, they can get through a fight and be like, I only use one spell. We can keep going. And then over time, they get through more content in between rests. And then de-incentivizing resting in the dungeon as being a smart thing to do. But if you make a dungeon that's really, really takes a lot out of them, really, really deadly traps, really, really deadly encounters. They're going to want to rest all the time. And if you are doing the things where it's like, well, it's dangerous to rest in the dungeon, and they try to rest in the dungeon, and you attack them while they're resting, while they're already down on resources, there's a chance that you will end up with a TPK, or like some player character's probably going to end up dead. So it's bouncing out. Usually this is a thing that I try to, whenever a party, or a group, I should say, a group is talking about resting in the game that I'm running, especially when they're mid-adventure, particularly in the dungeon, but depending on the adventure, usually I want that time element and be like, hey, remember, like I did with the Lavender Grove, it's like, hey, there's a reason why they got back to camp with 4 levels of exhaustion. They're like, we got to make it back because this person's coming to do a jaunty little genocide in the morning. So we got to get back with this information. So we got to push ourselves. We have to buy this donkey. We have to ride this donkey across the island just to try to get there so we can tell people what's going on and flop down before we pass out. But also, it makes tomorrow for them really, really difficult because they have a whole bunch of exhaustion levels, and we're using the 2014 legacy exhaustion. So it's like they have disadvantage on all their ability checks. They have disadvantage on attacks and saves. And I think they're at what, half movement? They're slowed essentially. I think that's level 2, right? Ability checks, slowed, attacks and saves, half your max HP. So they had their max HP halved, but they went directly into a rest, so they're down to 3. So they're doing better, but by giving them this timed incentive and being like, if you guys wait around, whatever happens tomorrow happens, and you're not going to be there to do anything about it. So it's a choice. Probably not one people are going to be happy with. Probably you won't be happy with it. So you do what you got to do. Hey, what's up, Saints? What you doing? We're talking about trying to figure out what is the appropriate length for a dungeon, so it's not too short or too long. Again, my assumption for that is about 2 to 3 sessions is the Goldilocks zone. It's not if, it is. Allows me to do something interesting with dungeons without them overstaying its welcome, but it's also not so short that I'm constantly making dungeons, like I'm making a dungeon for every session, which screws up a lot of DM prep. It also makes a very shallow, forgettable gameplay experience. Where are the players spending time? That's a win. Where does the... this is a good part. This is really design, but this is part of. Something that particularly happens with big dungeons. Doesn't really happen with small dungeons that much. Repetitive hallways and backtracking. Let's go ahead and put that under too long. Not the map size, but it can be repetitive backtracking. Long hallways and we'll say intersections. Sections that we'll say unnecessary. This, I think, primarily comes out of equating the dungeon, which is essentially you want to make like loops within the dungeon, so there's different paths and different ways to get around the dungeon, which is all really, really good, and you should do that stuff in the dungeon, but you have to understand the purpose of why you're doing it. And the entire purpose is to give players a sense of agency and be able to make meaningful choices about how they deal with the dungeon. What happens is in a lot of dungeons where you have like, well, I'm just going to throw a bunch of intersections in there and every room's going to have 2-3 doors in it, so there's all these different paths for them to get around, that it reaches very quickly a point in which you're like, especially for me in the dungeon I'm going through right now as a player, you're like every room we walk into and be like, oh gosh, this room also has 3 doors in it. This is our 7th session in here. How much more pointless hallways are there in here? Behind every door is another hallway that goes to somewhere. Most of the time, there's an intersection there. And it will lead to one new area and back to one old area that we've already been. And I was like, there is a point of diminishing returns at you're just making paths more complex without adding agency or engagement to that. You'll see this very, very common. So if you want to go look at pretty much any published adventure, so any adventure, published adventure, I'm trying to think of one that actually does this. I don't think there are any that really do it. I can think of off the top of my head that I've read or run. Is when you get to an intersection or there's a choice, it's like you can go left, right, or forward. Very rarely will it be like, hey, here are some sensory details for you to make any sort of decision about what might be the right way to go. Very rare that ever shows up in a published adventure dungeon. They just don't do it. And they're like, okay, so essentially if I come to an intersection and I can't make a meaningful choice about which direction to go, then I am essentially choosing at random. And choosing at random is not really choice. So if I choose a random path and it leads me back to a place I already went, I go, okay, so I just turn back around and go the other way, because I've already been this way. And so we all stood here, did a bunch of wasted time, in which I went a path, we made stealth checks or whatever, and we went through the hallway and checked for traps, and we did all that stuff, and we just ended up back to a place we'd already been. We go, great, we all wasted about 10 to 15 minutes here, let's go back to the intersection and go down one of the other routes. Now, if one of the other routes also does the same thing, you start to see how the fatigue lines up, and you're like, cool, so this hallway, this intersection really only had one way that we needed to go. That was pointless. And you could do that in a smaller dungeon where the loop, and it's like, oh, cool, we wrap back around to where we were. Okay, I understand where we are in the dungeon now. And there's one other way we need to go to. Great. But the more of those particular happenstances that you have in a dungeon, which is going to be defined by its size, the more fatiguing that will become as a player. You'll be like, great. We have a joke in this game as players, specifically for this DM, and again, not his fault. He's running published adventures. He did not make the stuff, and this is not the first dungeon we've done it in. Oh no, a door. Hey, how much do you guys want to bet there's a hallway behind this? And at the end of the hallway, there's going to be an intersection, and then that's going to lead to another room with more doors and more hallways. And you're like, that's fun? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't find that generally fun. So the middle room, got it. I would say at some points it does make it, yes. But dungeons have a very tenuous relationship, I would say, with reality. Nobody designs spaces like that. Like if you, like that's an architect's or interior design person's nightmare. They're like, that's not how people pathing work. That's not how you logistically make places, people and goods and things move from one area to another area in a structure. It's terrible design from that aspect. But designing like an office building is not necessarily a very good dungeon. So you do have to do some suspension of disbelief. Like, sure, you can do a castle, but essentially what you find out is like, hey, anybody who's making a base of operations will probably make everything to be a castle if they have the opportunity to, because castles technologically at that time are like the most defensible structure you can make. So everything would kind of becomes castles. It's a, what is it? Not cancerification. Carceration? Where it's like everything at the end becomes craps. Given the structure, if you really want it to be a defensible structure for people, at the end everything just becomes a castle. Which is sometimes okay, but not always. Say it to the Dungeons of the Past. Yeah, Dungeons of the Past for sure don't do it. But modern dungeons don't really do a very good job of it either. Some dungeons that are built like to be based off of like castle design, which a few old school dungeons do. And you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But it's also realism and is not always fun. And fun and reality often don't go hand in hand. It is a fantasy game where we roll dice and pretend to be elves, so it can't all be realistic. Even though I run a very real, I would say a relatively realistic world, because I pull the things that I think that are interesting about the real world or the historical time periods that I think would be interesting to investigate more of. Like, how does the government work? Like, how important is the church in state affairs and things like that? What is that tension that's there? And let's explore that. So yeah, I would say that's where pacing breaks down often. Yeah, slow encounters, I mean, that's not a dungeon specific problem, that's a D&D specific problem. If you have slow combat encounters, slow combat encounters, and that is beyond the scope of what we're talking about today, even though there are ways, and I've talked about it on the channel before, about how to speed up combat. So why do some great? Because they feel too long. Whereas strong pacing, memorable set pieces, questionable. Narrative integration, for sure. Having a dungeon that doesn't have anything to do with, doesn't have a story, and is just a thing, is really, really tough. And I think that is one of the things that goes against a dungeon feeling too long. A shallow experience. So that's that. Not a lot of room and time to tell an interesting narrative or how do I want to say this? Or not necessarily purposefully, meaningfully add to the campaign's setting / world building, which is something that I do try to do. So in Lavender Grove, you're learning about, oh, there's a caretaker here. You also have this ruins of this old shell keep that's there that tells you a little bit more about Okeanos being there and the situation there. And Okeanos' people being there, and how that's tied to a book that they find buried, and how that's tied to the Blight, and now you're starting to see connections with that, and the Aethermaster Suite and the Stones of Elemental Power that are a part of that. Very interesting. So all this stuff, all the threads are starting to push themselves together, but more in a more campaign sense. So I'm not sure that a lot of my players have necessarily started to weave those together. That's okay. It's a slow burn. They don't have to figure it out today. So how? Now we're going to get into some actionable aspects of it. So, actionable aspects. Creating the, let's say, use a little corporate term, the right-sized dungeon. And we'll say for your game. Because like we said, there, as is always the case, there's never truly one answer. It's always is like, your mileage may vary. That's the beauty of the game of D&D, is that it's very, very different by table. And regardless of specifically D&D's, let's say, brand caretakers, is that you just can't, they want to try to make it a singular experience. You just can't do that. Anytime that you have multiple different types of people involved, people are gonna have different experiences. It's the same thing that we see that happens in like video games, where you have people who are, just like I said, I can't play games like Destiny. Like, it does not work for me. Like, I get bored of them so quickly. For example, when WoW, World of Warcraft, first came out, this is how I'm gonna show my age real quick. First came out, and everybody was excited about it, and everybody was addicted to it. I played it for like 2.5 hours, and I was like, I don't care. I don't want to do this. And uninstalled it. Went, this wasn't for me. I tried the trial and the tutorial areas, and I was like, I don't care. This does nothing for me. I feel isolated in a huge world, and it does not feel good to me. We'll say maybe just right size. I was trying to get this so I don't have an orphan, but Let's we'll we don't have to do that. We can go creating the right size. I know, I'm being weird. I'm being righty. I don't want to be righty. Creating the right size dungeon for your game. I spent so much time on that I forgot what we were actually putting in there. Yeah, so you measure. So our measuring stick is primarily session length. So this is the thing that I run into with dungeons, both playing and running them, is that the longer the dungeon goes on, it's not necessarily that. Well, I'll say in the dungeon I'm playing with, I do think that 7 sessions is too long to be in a dungeon. I feel like I want to be done with the dungeon. I was going somewhere with that, and then I totally lost my train of thought. But here's what it is. But one of the things that really drives me the most, really irks me the most about it, is that so much of the content of us moving through the space is just moving through the space. Is often not actually encounters. So, which is each session is an average number of encounters or scenes used. Doesn't necessarily mean fights. It means some sort of scene. It's more than like a needle trap, a pit trap goes off and you either fall into the pit trap or you don't. Oh, the sessions being too long. It's not necessarily the actual size or length or the number of sessions that were in there. It's that the amount of time in between sessions. So, like I said, so today is May 23rd. The next time we will play this game, our 7th session of Dungeon Brawling is going to be like is going to be coming up this week. So the 27th. Let's assume at this point that we finish that dungeon on the 27th. I don't know if that's likely. In fact, I think it's probably not. I think we probably got at least one more session in there. Just my casual observation. So if that's the case, that means that we have been in this dungeon in real world meet time for getting close, approaching to almost 2.5 months. And that's kind of part of the problem, is that the more time that goes by in the real world, the less I'm going to remember about sessions, and the less I'm going to remember about the dungeon. Especially in an area like a dungeon crawl where you are looking at a series of 4 stone walls after 4 stone walls after 4 stone walls after 4 stone walls. They are somewhat samey. As much as we want to dress them up and make them do other things, or we run different types of adventures, like I've talked about dungeonifying, like wilderness adventures and the mountainside and forests, and you can make anything into a dungeon. But the thing is that one of the things that's most static about it is the general environment. It really only happens, the dungeon is a location, so most everything happens in one very cohesive area, for the most part. And there's only so many caverns, or so much forest, or so many underkeeps that you can go through before everything starts to look the same, and your brain starts to collapse that information all together in the many, many days and many, many, many hours in between the times you're actually playing the game. That tends to be, for me, the issue. That's why I'm like, 2 to 3 sessions, for me, feels like long enough that nobody's going to forget the reason that they're in the dungeon, or what happened last session, or maybe 2 sessions ago. And they'll still be able to understand the story and the thread of what's going on pretty succinctly, but also gives you enough that it's not like you can do a little bit more with the story than a 5-room dungeon where you're like, A, B, and C, and that's the story. And that's all it can ever be, because if I do any more than that, we're not going to get through it in 1 session. Which would not be the design. So then I'm making a new dungeon for the next session, but I'm also still running this dungeon if we're doing that dungeon await rota. What makes things very difficult. Rest frequency, pacing variety, blah, blah, blah. This one, I think this is one of the key ones that often doesn't get talked about. Often enough. Actually, all this stuff's important. So, session length. Different groups. Play different session lengths. Like, for instance, by the way, maybe it sounds like I'm underselling it, that we have been in the dungeon for what's going to be our 7th session. I need you to understand that this group that I play in, we play essentially double sessions. We play about 7 hours. So we play essentially a double session every time. Now you're looking at 7 times 7. We're talking about like 40 plus hours. That's an entire work week, US work week, of doing a dungeon. It gets a lot of time. You're not going to be... Can you remember every single thing you did at work or school in the last week? Every single thing? Every single detail being important? The answer is probably not. So you forget a bunch of stuff. And you can only take so many notes. And then in between that, now imagine you were trying to remember what happened during a single week of work, but you were spreading that over a 2-month period, so you're remembering half a day per work week during that time period and cobbling them together. You'll start to understand why, oh, yeah, the ability to just remember what was happening and what's going on and why we're doing it is really, really difficult to do. So different groups play different session lengths, so that's an important thing to remember. And different groups are different size and different speed through different types of encounters. That's why it's really, really hard to come up with a singular boilerplate answer, because you have way, way too many variables that are going on. You simply cannot. It simply cannot be done. With a game that gives so much freedom to the players and the Dungeon Master to improvise and change things, and the strength of D&D is the idea is like, hey, you can kind of try anything within reason. And so when there's that many things, things that you think might take them a long time often don't take them very long. And things that you think they should pass very, very easily, you will say they might struggle on a lot. Puzzles is a very good example of that in my estimation anyways. So it's hard to know that. So, but when I'm like, I want that amount of number of sessions, because that's what I think that people will remember. Come here. How much content will your players be able to remember across sessions? Different people, some people have better memories than others. I should singularize that. Better memory than others. Some people take better notes than others. If you have a very casual player who's just like, hey, I just show up every Thursday to hang out with my friends and we play D&D, and that just happens to be the thing we do, they probably don't take great notes. They're not that invested in the game at most. They're not going to be able to remember a lot of stuff that happens across. There'll be a lot of things that'll be like, oh, it's just... If, you can often spend a lot of time to say that you might have to re-explain things to party members. Trust me, I am very guilty of that as well. I'll be like, what is this room again? Okay, that's not in my notes. I took bad notes there. Thank you for reminding me, fellow players. I am the weak link. I understand this. Hey, look, here's the thing, is when you are playing in 2 campaigns Oh, sorry. I'm playing in 3 campaigns. I'm running a campaign. I do the solo D&D game on stream, and then any other solo stuff that I might do in my free time. I'm juggling a lot of campaigns. I'm sorry. I'm not going to remember. I have overload. I am unable to remember this thing about your campaign. I will have to rely on the strength of my fellows to carry me through some of these. You will believe me if I say that I can remember that if I want to. I mean, if you had the foresight to do that, sure, you're going to remember lots of it. I don't think you will have 100% recall. Unless you are one of those people who has 100% memory. But the vast majority of people will not be able to remember that. Some people have perfect... the very, very few, small percentage of people have perfect recall. Because clearly their brain works slightly differently. Some people have better memory than others. Some people miss sessions. That's another issue. This was all taking into account that, like, you don't have to call a session or somebody misses sessions or something like that, which if you have multiple people miss different sessions, the cohesiveness of the information they have is very, very suspect because you have fewer points, or what I should say is more points of failure for people to not remember stuff. Instead of having 4 people who could potentially remember this thing, you may have only 3. Or maybe you're really down, maybe only 2. Though, probably if I only had 2 players, I probably wouldn't play. That's half the party. I probably wouldn't play. I would probably skip that session. I'd be like, well, we'll do something else. Party level. Party level is questionable. Let's put it that way. Too short or too long. I would say that we could do party level here. The more resources the party has, the more difficult it is often to challenge them. That's one of the issues with higher level D&D or Pathfinder play or whatever. They don't have many resources to expand before they need, not want, but need a long rest. Higher lethality for low levels. I guess, well, I just put, this is really more, that's actually for this being too long, not too short. Do it that way. It requires a lot of content to challenge resource management for higher level parties. One of the difficulties is one of the reasons I actually don't enjoy running a lot of higher level content for D&D or any other RPG, just because I'm like, it reaches a point where it's just like, I have to throw so much at you guys that it's not that fun. It kind of, in the same way that Skyrim kind of forces people through gameplay to kind of go the stealth archer route, is that higher level D&D kind of pushes Dungeon Masters to prep gigantic set piece battles just to chew through resources. And then that's entirely different, and in that same way it kind of is the antithesis of what you're trying to do, because you would require so many lower level encounters to whittle down their resources, a party's resources, when they get that powerful and they have so many resources available to them, is that it would take many, many sessions of them not having a long rest, which you can do, and I have done. You can have multiple sessions before they can take a short rest, or a long rest. They can probably take a short rest in a lot of areas. Oh, it's too short and, difficult to challenge. Difficult to challenge resource management. you kind of have that, use that $10 term, that ludonarrative dissonance, and it's about having so many powerful monsters and traps. We'll say monsters, traps, etc. in one location. Especially because a lot of D&D monsters tend to not be very communal. Once you reach a certain level, like dragons, not really known to being... They don't hang out with a lot of other dragons, so you kind of have a dragon who hangs out. But if you really want to challenge a party, you could make a dungeon that had a whole bunch of dragons in it. But it would be hard to come up with a reasoning for why that makes sense within the world. And like, why would all these super powerful dragons put up living in an apartment block with each other and not fly to the ends of the world away from each other so they can carve out their own fiefdoms in the world? And you kind of remember what last happened in all of them. Like the most and so important parts, power systems, characters, and powers that the characters have. Yeah, you do remember some of that stuff. But there might be details that you're forgetting or information about that's drip feeding up to something that's important, or context clues, like often things that I'll put in dungeons, like, oh, you see there are scorch marks on the wall. Most people don't file that away, but it'd be like, hey, this is telegraphing that, like, there's something that does fire in this dungeon. You should watch out for that. You should be prepared for that. Those sorts of things. You remember the story in the words, the characters are mental trauma states and all that. Yeah, well, yeah, obviously. It's really easy to pick up on the high notes. Like, of course, I remember the stuff that's like the key moments of combats and stuff like that. But that stuff's not necessarily important to the progression of the dungeon often. Like, do I remember the flail snail that we fought? Yes. Do I remember that we kind of beat his butt really, really badly in like one round of combat? Yes. Is he overall important? Kind of. But talking to those NPCs, they give you so much more answers that we have more question marks about. And that's because you have to diffuse the narrative of what's going on in the dungeon across the entirety in its very large dungeon. So it feels like you're picking up a piece of Lego. You're picking up like a brick of Lego, not knowing the model that you're making. And so when you're picking up another piece of Lego, you're like, technically these fit together. I can make these fit together, but I don't know if they're supposed to fit together. And I won't know that until I get a lot more context of other things. Never, since details is my job. Okay. So it is your details. It is your job to create the details. If you can't remember that, then you can't continue. Again, it's much easier as a dungeon master. As a dungeon master, it's your baby. You're going to spend more time with the dungeon than anybody else. You have a totally different relationship with it than the players do. So the core formula, higher survivability, more encounters possible, or more encounters often needed, really. So what do we want to take from this? Rest frequency. So basically what we want to do is avoid long rests for the most part. It's just in general, I find to be a very good rule. Avoid long rests in dungeons. For long dungeons, or we'll say expansive dungeons, and restyling as a hex crawl variant with a safe zone. You launch expeditions from, essentially. And this is like super old school D&D style. So they're like, oh, when you have the dungeons, you need those big dungeons. This is how you do it. You do it very similar to how hex crawls operate like general old school hex crawls, which is like you kind of have a home base and you work out of that home base by going in a bunch of different areas. This is very common to how the Underdark exploration is often depicted in adventures. It's like, oh, you probably have found some Thrift or some other one of the few not necessarily super totally evil humanoid creatures that live in the Underdark. There's not a lot of them. Or you have found some other safe haven away from them. And that is a place in which you can launch your parties from. Like, I don't believe, at least I'm thinking in my memory, I don't believe there's any, because I'm thinking about Baldur's Gate 3, I don't think there's ever a not pre-scripted event that creates a combat during a long rest, which is one of those aspects of Baldur's Gate 3 where it doesn't mimic D&D very well. You're like, oh, you can just kind of take a long rest wherever in the Underdark, and you're just like, well, not really. That's not really how that works. Like, there's a bunch of drow and stuff down here, and Myconids who don't like us, and what else is it? There's a Belay down there, there's a Beholder down there. What, a Death Tyrant? Is that what's down there? I can't remember. There's also, what are they? Minotaurs? Or ogres? There's a bunch of stuff down there. That's the important thing. There might even be a Displacer Beast down there, right? There's a bunch of spiders down there. I know that for sure. So that, at which point this becomes and it's kind of a different style of adventure. That's like, now basically what you're doing is you're taking a big dungeon, like a mega dungeon style thing, and you're actually breaking it down into smaller dungeons that they can set off on expeditions. And so, in my mind, that kind of goes back to that 2 to 3 sessions of being like, oh, you go out, you explore as far as you can. The higher level, the number of levels that the players go up, their player characters can go up, they can go further and further and further and explore more and more and more. But at some point, they still reach a point of no return where they have to kind of like turn around and come back, or they try to sleep out there, and whatever gets them, gets them. But that is a very different style than what I would call a traditional dungeon delve. And we'll say a typical dungeon delve. Delve, not delver, delve. Yeah, I think that pretty much hits everything here. And so I think that you can do, I think it is possible, obviously it's possible to run entire campaigns in dungeons. Mega dungeons exist for a reason. Some people really like that. Like I said, couldn't really be me. Like, I would get bored of that pretty quickly. I like the freedom of being like, walking around the top side and being like, I could go anywhere and talk to anybody. And if I have an idea about how I might want to take on a challenge in the world or something like that, that I have the opportunity, is like, I could travel to a different city and get whatever I need from it, or talk to this person over here and get that thing. And that leads to its own little side quest where I have to do, of course, some necessary tasks for them and do that thing for them, then I get the thing for them to go do the big thing that I wanted to do. And then that's like the campaign just goes on auto drive. It's just churning itself. The flywheel. It's just working it smoothly. Encounter should test abilities. Again, this is more of a, it's about changing difficulty, CR or XP budgets, tactical complexity. Again, that's more, this is all dungeon design rather than the important part, which is what we want to do is not necessarily how do we build a dungeon, how long do we make the dungeon. We're trying to, the weird thing where AI is like, obviously you want dungeon design stuff. It's like, no, that's not what I'm trying to focus on. I told you what I was trying to focus on. Yes, resource management creates tension. Too few. If you have too few encounters or too many taxes on those resources, there's not really any pressure. If you have too many, it leads to fatigue. it becomes a really significant downbeat as far as the tone of the game, too. And I am definitely guilty of doing that. And given my natural inclination is always to just hammer PC's adventuring party into the ground and make them be happy that they have air to breathe and food to eat. But that is not everybody's cup of tea, and I am doing better at that, but it is still my general inclination. It's usually like, all right, what if I do the things I want to do? And how do I take it maybe one step back? So I'm not absolutely grinding them into the dust at every turn. So we have the shallow experience. We'll put it under here. It's like difficult to challenge the resource management without very long, drawn out, or I should say without high difficulty, drawn out encounters. As PC levels increase. That's kind of the problem. And sometimes it'll feel too far on the other side, where it feels, on the right. Yeah. So, what makes it feel too long? Yeah. Particularly long rests. Part of that is too much downbeat, or feeling like they're, I'm gonna put this in, losing. Okay. Yeah, so it can kind of give almost this weird hopelessness feeling. Like, then people don't feel hopeless, it's just like, man, it feels like we can never get like a step ahead. Sometimes if you're making the dungeon feel too long, and it feels like you're really punching down on them because they're having so many encounters and they're always struggling with resource management. So it's a very give and take ecosystem. So the longer that they're in the dungeon, the more they're going to feel that. Like in the dungeon that we are currently playing, we literally left the dungeon, and then our game master had to very kindly ask us to kind of go back into the dungeon. He's like, there's a lot more content, guys, and there's very important stuff down there. And that was more like a contextually of setting up the dungeon, where we were like, we kind of stumbled across this dungeon. We weren't trying to go there on purpose. So we're like, we were told that there's like other time elements, and we kind of want to check on those things. He's like, you're fine. Just go back in the dungeon. That's fine. You can explore the dungeon. You'll be all right. Okay, then we go do that. You're not talking about when you come up with alternative progressions to those stories because you're bored. You can't remember every detail about them, like every change in result. Yeah. You also need to remember what is alternative, what is canon, so you don't mix those up. I would not remember alternatives that weren't canon. That would not be useful for me. Surprisingly, you've never had trouble with that. Yet. You've never had trouble with it yet. Hey, Zen. How are you? You sometimes do what I call Schrodinger's encounters or Schrodinger's reinforcements. If something is too easy or not challenging enough, you add stuff that's not planned ahead or remove some. Sometimes. Typically, if I'm going to do that, I build that in. If I think that if I ever have that idea where I think that things are going to be, too easy, is always have reinforcements be an option of something that I do. Or I have like a wave, or I'm building a very low level encounter, and I'm like, if I want to like juice it up, I can start rolling for wandering monsters or people who might be drawn by the noise of a combat encounter. That makes it feel very organic, especially in a dungeon setting. Why more creatures would show up? Like, you make a bunch of noise when you fight, and people show up. Sometimes. I usually don't do that if I know I'm building a difficult encounter, but for easy encounters, sometimes. It's always an option. Like, I use Wandering Monster table for my dungeon, so anytime that the players aren't making forward progress in the dungeon, if they decide to do a whole bunch of backtracking, or they're sticking around looking for hidden stuff in a room, there's always a chance that monsters will kind of stumble across them. I have a tendency to use that a little bit more than always adding reinforcements, being like, if you guys just fart around, there's a chance that monsters are going to find you. And the more you fart around, the more encounters you're going to get into with monsters, which is going to whittle away at your resources. Now, if you are running that one session thing, you can't do that. You can't have a whole bunch of random encounters because you have very planned, structured encounters. But in a longer dungeon, you have the opportunity to do that. So, like I said, for me, that ideal space is about 2 to 3 sessions of gameplay. So I know that if I come up with a dungeon, my typical dungeons have about 6 or 7 rooms in it. That tends to be kind of my sweet spot. And though by the numbers, they should be getting through that in about a session and a half, likelihood is they'll have at least one wandering monster encounter during that time period, maybe multiple ones. And so that will determine whether that's going to be 2 sessions of gameplay or 3 sessions of gameplay often. And I like to do that rather than have the, I can always add more reinforcements if I need to. Sometimes I do that though. I'm not immune to it, and it's not a bad thing. It's just sometimes you have to be careful, because sometimes the reason it's easy is because the players had a good plan or used the right spell, or just had your dice just went cold and the monsters just had terrible saves. And if that's the case, you don't really want to snatch an easy victory out of their jaws because they earned it, or the whims of chance have handed it to them. Sometimes victories are victories, and we have to go against our sometimes our inclination to be like, I wanted this fight to be more than it is, and trying to force that narrative. I guess while you don't check, you won't find out if there's an encounter or not. True. A funny concept that would be fun to play with. Like, they only exist or don't exist while you look their way. Yeah, kind of. Like, monsters are always around. That's kind of what I always tell them. It's like, assuming you guys are moving through the dungeons and you kind of deal with what we will generously call pre-scripted encounters of monsters hanging out in rooms, there's always chance. The way that I always try to explain it to players is like, there are always more people, there are always more monsters in this dungeon than you expect. So even though you may have cleared all the rooms, there are monsters who leave the dungeons, who are just like you, also moving around the dungeons in a different pattern, so you just haven't come across them yet. There might be people who have left for patrols or raiding in the outside world and have come back. There's always more monsters in the dungeon. There's always money in the banana stand. There's always more monsters. When you look away, they become undefined or can't attack, depending on circumstances. Yeah, very Super Mario Boo. Kind of like that, the inverse of that. Alright. We have quite a bit more, I think. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff in here. We'll have to see how much of this is actually potent, because like I said, the AI did weird things when I asked it to structure my notes, and it has done things very strangely, despite what I asked it to do. So, this is its thing. It thinks meaningful rooms only. That's not true. I would not say that. That's why I don't know why it calls that a meaningful principle. That's definitely not from my notes. I think it's important to have empty rooms. Friendship has to create agency. Exploration should matter. All this is important. But this is more about the design. So I would say that what you really want to do is you want to make sure that too short versus too long. And when you want there to be breathing room. I want there to be some breathing room. Maintain breathing room. Breathing room in design. Players will always make things take longer than it should. You know what? I'm going to say always. We'll always make dungeons take longer than they possibly could. Players are inefficient. Remember that they're exploring, which means that they can't know that the optimal way to go through the dungeon. The amount of times that I have run a dungeon where the group has been very quickly within 1 or 2 rooms, been like right next to the boss room, or whatever, like the key big encounter or whatever it is in the dungeon. The important thing in the dungeon is, and they have looked at that door and then taken a hard left and done everything else in the dungeon only to come back around to this room is astonishing. The amount of times that they do not go directly to the boss when they are right next to the boss, or whatever the key thing is, whether it's the cultist making a ritual or whatever, and they end up being, the party is exploring and they explore right next to that door, and then they choose to not go through that door and they choose to go somewhere else, is crazy. Like, I'd say like 90% of the time that happens. Very rarely it's exceptionally rare for them to make a beeline, but even when they get close, to not go around and do other stuff. And I don't know, sometimes it's the players probably have an inkling that that's the boss monsters, so they want to clear out the rest of the dungeon first to see if they get some loot or something or information that will help them with that. Sometimes I think it's just a bunch of dumb luck. They just choose a different path. Players are weird. We'll say when overcoming the... Like I said, they do a lot of backtracking. They do a lot of other stuff. So that breathing room, having opportunities or expectations, let's say that. Expect for them to spend, we'll say waste time talking about stuff that doesn't matter. We'll say fixating. Stuff that doesn't matter. This is the old, I said you put a chest out in the middle of the room and don't put anything else in the room. Like I said, if you have an instigator player, they're going to run up and probably mess with that chest pretty quickly unless somebody makes them stops them from doing that. But if you don't have that instigator type player archetype in the group, a true strange psychological or social experiment is like, they're still gonna mess with that treasure chest. They're still gonna figure out what's in it. They're just gonna take a very long time to do that. They will sit there and talk about, you'll have players that will sit there and talk about that and explore everything that could be going on with that chest for 20 minutes before somebody's like, I don't know, I go over there and try to open it. And so you need to expect for your players that they're going to waste time fixating on stuff like that. Like I said, sometimes you throw a trap in a hallway and then they're like, okay, well, we check every single stone in every single hallway going forward and every single door for traps and stuff like that going forward. Like, okay, that can really slow down play, so at some point you need to fast track that as a DM and be like, I assume that you are always looking for traps. And that you are always trying to, be wary. That's why I like the active stealth of traps and monsters and hazards or whatever against the passive perception of player characters, assuming that the party is always on the lookout for danger because they're in a dungeon and dungeons are dangerous. Breathing room design, wandering monster encounters. I have an entire stream where I talk about, actually I think it's video on the channel, where I talk about, like a lot of people, I was not big on wandering monsters. I came up at a time when it was kind of persona non grata. People are like, oh, wandering monsters, random encounters are a waste of time. But then I started to understand the purpose. I was like, okay, well, if it's a waste of time, why do we have it in here? And then realized that most people use wandering monsters or random encounters incorrectly, which means like they're just throwing it so that way there is content in the game. It's just stuff to like play for time or be like, we're going on a journey and nothing would happen on the journey unless I put an encounter in it. That's not really the reason to put an encounter in something. You can always just skip over the travel. If nothing happens in the travel, you'd be like, you guys spend 3 days traveling, you get there without any problems. Mark off rations or whatever if you're keeping track of that stuff and being like, and you're there. What do you do now? You don't have to put stuff in there. But wandering monster encounters, like the intent of them is, hey, to remind the players, like I said, that this is not a safe place. This is not a place you can rest comfortably. If you try to bed down in a dungeon for 8 hours, there is a high likelihood that monsters are going to run across you because you're in their home and they move around and do stuff in there. Like they're going to go into different rooms. They're going to check different things. And hey, if they come across a door that shouldn't be, that isn't, that's like you've pulled up in like a storeroom or something, and they're like, that's weird. The door to a closet doesn't have a lock on it, but I can't open the door. They're going to be like, who's barring this thing, or who's, piled it up or barricaded this door from the other side? And they're going to go get all their friends, and that becomes the Matt Colville screw situation, where it's like, oh, you tried to do something that you probably shouldn't have done. And now you're going to deal with the consequences of that. And if the monsters are smart, they will try to be very quiet while they do that. So you'll open the door however many hours later, and hey, there's an ambush waiting for you. To use a chronometer or something to measure time spent, because sometimes it's hard to figure out what time has passed with all the stuff they do or don't do. Not usually in a dungeon. In a dungeon, because usually I don't make dungeons that are big enough that becomes a concern. If I was running a mega dungeon or something like that, that starts to be a concern. I typically let their resources dictate that. Because one of the nice things about using that wandering monsters or random encounters as pressure for backtracking or wasting time in the dungeon by looking around for random loot in places that you guys have already been in, looking for secret doors and stuff like that, is the more time that they spend screwing around in the dungeon, the more likely it is they're going to have a combat encounter. So from my aspect as a dungeon master, that's incentivizing the players to be like, you want to spend as little time in the dungeon as possible. So if you're deciding to rest in the dungeon, it's only because you feel like you don't have any other options. So I don't usually need to keep track of time in the dungeon because the resources will do that for me. And the timing is not as important. Could I do it? Sure. Do I do it? Not really. I personally don't find it to be super helpful. Other people are like, yes, you must track game time. And I do track game time. I just don't do it while we're in dungeons. It's often when they're traveling like over land or trying to get from place to place, location to location, where the timing is more important for me in the world. Like I said, like they were in this dungeon, they need to do this one-shot dungeon. I was like, this is going to take them, took them a day basically to get there, do all the stuff, and get back. Now by a day, I mean like almost a full 24 hours. And they were exhausted and dropped to the ground when they got back. But it was meant to be a day's thing. They could do it in a day. It was tough to do it in a day, but they could and did do it in a day. So, yeah, that's a long way to say, no, I don't track the time in dungeon because I don't generally feel the need to. Now, if I was running a mega dungeon, that would be different. But that is the entire dungeon. Because using the water monsters and stuff like that is usually, I have found to be a very, very good deterrent about that 15-minute workday. Where a party has an encounter and they're like, well, we go to sleep. And I'm like, well, okay, more monsters are probably going to find you. And then you're not going to get your rest and you're going to lose more resources because you have to fight those monsters. Good alternating. Again, this is all dungeon design stuff. Rest opportunities. Short rest, generally I'm okay with. They still have to roll for a wandering encounter when they're in the short rest, but it's much less likely to happen on a short rest than is trying to bed down in a dungeon for 8 hours. This is this is pulled stuff from different, because I was looking at different edition Dungeon Master guides and the Paizo Game Mastery guide as to how many encounters is a recommendation for a dungeon. This is about standard. You see that medium dungeon kind of falls around 7 encounters or rooms, which is about where I find the sweet spot to be. So that holds up with these. But we also just made the Maragon Gate, which is basically a double dungeon for me, which has, 14, 15 different chambers in it. which will probably take my players if they, and I don't even know if they're going to go down in there. If they really decide to go through that dungeon, will probably take them weeks of gameplay and multiple sessions. Probably it might take them 5 or 6 sessions. So it's going to be a long dungeon, but it is technically 2 dungeons, and there's a middle point where they can exit and go back in. So it is an opportunity for them to do very different things. It's really sensational that I'm always not on the theme page, right? Whatever. It's very sans coded. Yeah, I'd say so. Not every room needs combat. So, yeah, I mean, encounter design, I don't really worry about the encounter design and pacing too much. If you guys watch me do the way that I come up with the encounters, or when I do room stocking, which I like to do with random dice, that kind of takes care of itself. Generally ends up with about a third of the rooms have combat, about a third of the rooms have, actually probably more than that, slightly more than that. But we'll keep it that way. So one third of the rooms have combat, about 1/3 have some sort of hazard, obstacle, trick, or trap, or hot, some sort of encounter thing that's going on, and 1/3 have nothing in it, and about 1/3 of them have some sort of treasure in it. And because I do it that way, those I don't really need to worry too much about pacing, because the dice generally takes care about that. Now, sometimes I have dungeons that have more monsters in it than others. Sometimes I don't have very many monsters, and that's okay. I like to let those dice rolls inform me when I'm building the dungeon, so I understand the dungeon as I'm making it, rather than being like, okay, I need to make sure that 1/3 of these are in combat encounters, 1/3 are exploration things, 1/3 are social RP things. I said that the 1/3 were combat encounters. That's technically not true with the dice. The dice is 1/3 of the encounters will be creature encounters, so likely to be fights, but there is always the chance that the player characters could go in there and just talk to the monsters and come to some agreement. Certainly what happened with the pirates in the last session I ran, where I was fully expecting that they would fight the pirates or go around the pirates because they were very tired and exhausted at that point. They're like, no, we're going to stop and talk to them. Okay. Well, they don't know who you are, but you were able to pass some checks and you said the right things, kind of. So they didn't immediately attack you, and they were willing to sell you their donkey at an extremely high markup rate. And sometimes on theme of the stream, I guess that's how the flow of the stream goes. I got him. The flow of the stream. It's very punny. Very punny. So yeah, not every room needs combat. Again, most of that's about dungeon design, bad trap design, random punishment, time-wasting filler, excessive complexity. There are a lot of things that say, hey, you shouldn't have random traps in dungeons. And sometimes I agree with that, and sometimes I don't. So it feels like my thoughts on that are really ambivalent. Because sometimes, like I said, a lot of what's in the dungeon is often a resource management game. And so, just grabbing a chunk of HP isn't bad. Just grabbing a chunk of HP from a party, taking it out of them, so they have to figure out, oh, do we, it gives them a point of agency where they're like, do we heal people now? Do I waste spells now? Do we try to take a short rest, which in case there might be a new encounter with monsters if we try to do that, or we might be able to get a short rest in, get some abilities and hit points back. Do we go on in our next encounter or challenge or obstacle or whatever it is, maybe we don't have all our hit points, is that going to be a problem for us? Like I said earlier, the way that I design things, I assume that the party is not always going into each combat having their full suite of resources. I don't want them to do that, because if they do that, they will just Nova encounters. Or they'll Nova the first encounter, and then they're going to be in for a lot of... That is sometimes a a trying proof with new players that play with me when I Dungeon Master, and I try to make it as explicit as I can above the table. Be like, hey, letting you know, when you go in the dungeon, if you try to Nova the first encounter you have, you can do that. It will work out well for you. You probably won't be able to go to sleep immediately without having to face at least one more encounter. So keep that in mind. Yeah, they didn't get robbed by the pirates. The pirates were actually very kind to them. Well, they had a person, they had a cleric with them. And this is a very religious world, and people are like, well, you know, maybe don't kill a priest. Like, that seems like the sort of thing you maybe get damned to hell for, so we try to avoid that. And also, they said that they were tied to a mercenary band, so they were like, oh, okay, so you're like a priest, but this other guy's a mercenary just by himself, and like, okay, we still kind of outnumber you 3-2. You're maybe not, you guys seem really tired and really ragged, so I don't think you're much of an issue. But also, they have a reason they're there, and so they didn't want people hanging around very long. They were like, hey, get away from here. We're trying to definitely not dig up buried treasure. But they surely have some illegal or stolen stuff now if they bought anything. And kind of rough. I don't know. Maybe they stole the donkey. Maybe the donkey they purchased legally. I don't know. Probably purchased legally. Donkeys don't cost that much. So they probably had the money for it. But as far as like the random punishment or time wasting filler, I was like, yeah, try to avoid excessive complexity unless it's going to be like the thing for the room. But again, complexity is one of the things you kind of have to, I think you have to learn through experience of being a dungeon master. Be like, oh, I don't actually need to make things very complex. Players will make things way more complex than they ever are. That's where you see the memes of like dungeon masters like, oh, here's my riddles for babies book, and my party will definitely figure this out, and then party definitely doesn't figure out the riddle. You're like, ugh. It should be really simple, guys. I tried to build something very easy. You don't actually have to build things that are very hard. Players will make things way more complicated than they need to be. Rewards should reinforce exploration. Yes or no? Like I said, I don't want people. I want to reinforce that the dungeon is dangerous. At the end of the day, that is my primary goal as a dungeon master for any dungeon. It's like, hey, this is a great place. It provides a lot of opportunity. It has whatever your goal or motivation for being in here is, whether it's find the MacGuffin or rescue the hostage, or maybe you're just trying to parlay with one of the monsters that's a denizen in here. Whatever it is, you have a reason that you're in here. That needs to remain like your laser focus. Now, there's also these opportunities to learn other stuff. There's also these opportunities to maybe get some loot and maybe find some secrets and find out stuff about the world that you might otherwise not know. But at the end of the day, I want the focus not to be on the treasure they're going for, the treasure of the dungeon, unless the treasure is the reason they're there. They're like, we need to recover this relic or artifact or whatever. If that's the case, or we need the magic sword to kill the magic monster, whatever. If that's the case, then yeah, that is the thing. But the rest of the stuff is not. And I don't think the loot necessarily needs to advance the narrative, but it's nice when it does. Like I said, finding a book that's related to Okeanos and learning more about that, even though it's ruined, they've read a little bit of what's in it, is nice. It allows you the opportunity to like do some diegetic world building. So they find and talk about stuff that's happening in the world as they come across it. So yeah, this one, however, is very good. So we want enough complexity that the dungeon feels like you can discover it, but you don't want it so large it gets too. So when it's too short, let's go ahead and put that. Generally, it's the serial nature. Serial, or we'll just put it here, but even though that's not really how you what railroading is, or railroad nature, with no branching paths. And no exploration or sense of discovery. That's what happens when dungeons are really short. It's like, yeah, there's only so many ways you can arrange 5 rooms in a dungeon. It's very funny, like the Gnome Stew one has like 7 different ways that you can arrange a 5-room dungeon, but then if you actually look at the chart for a second, you're like, actually, those 7 ways, 4 of those are just reinterpreting 3 different ways in a different form or fashion. Like there's actually only 3 different ways to set up a 5-room dungeon. At least on a 2D plane. It gets a slightly different if you do a 3D plane. Yeah, well, maybe not actually. I have to think about that for a second. I think maybe it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's the serial nature, is that can make a dungeon feel too long. Along with sort of like the repetitive backtracking, unnecessarily long hallways, and this mentions something else on this side. I can... yeah, which is basically like, if it's too long, those are the issues. What makes them not necessarily that size? Getting lost, which kind of goes into repetitive backtracking, but you can backtrack in a dungeon without being lost in a dungeon. Like getting lost in a dungeon, lost or turned around. That is a very OSR, very old school D&D, where it's like, no, you need to be mapping the dungeon because I'm not going to tell you how the dungeon layout is. I think in contemporary D&D, we're like, we don't actually want players to get lost in the dungeon, so we generally don't force them to map it. We kind of just tell them which ways they've gone. I do a mix, because I want to reward players who are like, oh, I'm going to map the dungeon. Be like, okay, if you map the dungeon, you're going to know exactly where everything is in the dungeon, and you can run around there perfectly good. Otherwise, it's like, oh, you guys, because the way that I do backtracking with wandering, that's how I use the wandering monsters. Like, oh, if you do backtracking and be like, oh, you actually took a wrong turn at this intersection, you go back to a place you've met, and you're like, great, so we go back the other way. Great, you're backtracking then. And if you're backtracking, then there's a chance that you run across a wandering monster that you otherwise would not have come across. So it rewards the players for mapping the dungeon if they want to, and their efficiency of their ability to go through it, but also, like, I'm not going to waste a lot of time with them backtracking. It's like, either we have an encounter that's going to happen in this hallway, and if we don't, then you guys make it back to where you are, and you make the right turn this time, and you keep going forward. Unless you decide to go somewhere else. Which maybe sometimes happens. You need to make things complex for yourself. But yeah, I have that problem as well. I will make things way more complex than I need to. My world and my game are a testament to that about myself, unfortunately. So yeah, you want there to be choice, so you want there to be like discovery, but you also want that to be actionable. We talked about the intersections where you have intersections that if you have an intersection where you can't make a meaningful choice about which way to go because you're not given any information about that, then essentially that is not a choice. You're making a random choice. So, and lots of parties, including ones that have been player in, and be like, I don't know, we just roll a die, and whatever the die says, that's the direction we go, because we can't really make a meaningful choice here. We can't make a decision, an informed choice here. So we just go down a random hallway. And that's not necessarily fun. So that is that's too much complexity that no longer the discovery itself is rewarding. So oftentimes, even though I don't generally do it in the notes, but many times in a dungeon where I have an intersection, as they get to the intersection, I take a look at the rooms that are attached to that and see if I can give them some sort of sensory detail about that way. Be like, oh, at this T intersection to the left, you can definitely smell what seems like still water. Like it's cooler, It's more humid though, and it has that stink of stale water in that direction. You're right. Maybe you hear the sounds of something instead. So at least that doesn't give you that doesn't give them a lot of information to go on, but they know at least like, hey, do we want to deal with something that obviously has water involved, which gives them a little bit of insight in making a decision, or something, whatever that sound is. Maybe it might be a monster sound, it could be stuff clattering around, maybe it's goblins singing, it could be a lot of different. Maybe on that side it's like, oh, on this side you might hear the gentle roar at this point, or very quiet roar of a waterfall. Like, okay, so one way has standing water, and one way has moving water. But at least, while it doesn't really give them a ton of information to make a super informed decision, like they don't know what's going to be in either one of that room, they know some aspect of that room, which can give them some insight as to what they might want to deal with. If they're like, if one of them's like, well, I've got water walk, which is like, I've got water walk, so maybe we should go to the running water one. Maybe I'll be able to do something there. Because the still water, I might be able to water walk on, but who knows, maybe that entire area is submerged, in which water walk is not going to be helpful for us, and I don't have any sort of like water breathing spell or anything like that. So maybe let's go check out the waterfall first, because there's definitely got to be air, because we can hear it. So, you know, you don't have to give everything away, but you can give something, some sort of sensory details about what's coming up, so that way they can have a little bit more informed choice about what they're doing. And the nice thing is like I have those aspects where the players will be like, okay, well, we decide to go check out the waterfall, and they continue exploring that aspect of the dungeon, and that dungeon loops back around to the previous chamber that they hadn't gone to with the still water. Now when they get to a different intersection, or they get to a doorway or a passageway that leads in that direction, I can give them that same sensory note again. And many times have I seen a player go, oh, I know where we are. That must head back to that other T intersection the other side of the T intersection we didn't take. And then that's when you get like, oh, that's that blink of like light bulb moment of, oh, the discovery aspect. Oh, I know where we are. I know where we are in the dungeon. Great. And I know we haven't looked at this place yet, so we should definitely keep going that way. Or they go, I don't want to look at that yet. Let's go a different way. Oh, good. You're backtracking? Let's see if there are any monsters that come upon you, etc. There are also aspects, including intersections, where I just roll for wandering monsters. Like status. So every time you pass through the intersection, we roll for a wandering monster. Not every intersection, just some intersection. Sometimes I will denote like, oh, this passageway is going to have something in it. Might be a trap. Could be every time you go through it, I make a wandering monster check because there's an intersection there. And because it's connected to a lot of areas, there's always a chance that monsters could be coming from one of those hallways. How much do you need for level 2? 1,000 XP, I believe, is, at least for D&D 2024. I think that's still the XP total. 1,000 XP, unless they've changed it. I wouldn't know. I don't use straight XP leveling, ever. Do not find it useful. In most contexts. Though I am playing currently in a Pokemon-inspired game, where I was talking with the Dungeon Master, that one, or I guess you still call him Dungeon Master, is still back on 5e, back on the backbone of 5e. Being like, oh, this might be an instance in which I would understand maybe using straight XP leveling if you're trying to emulate a video game. Otherwise, when I was talking to him, it's like, it kind of doesn't really make sense to want to get into a lot of gym battles or a lot of Pokemon fights. If the Pokemon don't earn XP from the fights, there's really no incentive to do the core game loop unless we're getting something out of the fight. So it's, again, that's like the dissonance of the play versus what you're trying to do thematically with the game. Meaningful rooms only, we talked about that. No. Sometimes you need empty ones. Common structures, linear with optional branches, hub and spoke. It doesn't really matter. Multi-level tactical spaces. I try to add elevation in dungeons. This is more of a dungeon design thing, though. But yeah, this is all design stuff. Sparse rewards cause fatigue. Yeah, you do have to put rewards in there. That is actually just good design. And I think helps with that. Even though, I don't know how helpful it is. Maybe because they need to be more meaningful rewards. Yeah, so let's do that. Down here, we're going to do, we're going to titrate rewards out that, and maybe I should say disperse. First rewards throughout the dungeon, which helps incentivize exploration at the cost of danger. This is the wandering monster aspect that I use. But rewards should let me say it this way. Monetary rewards are good. We'll say not story rewards isn't the right way. But it's not necessarily intrinsic either, because they might be worth monetary value. Let's say that rewards that add to the story or world building or are personal or a PC are better. And we'll say are superior. Loot. But not all rewards should be that. If every time you pick it up is always like the magic sword that's just right for this fighter, or it's just, you don't want the gear to be rewards that they find to be too perfect, or that they always find the right tool at the right time for the right situation. But you do want them to often find that time. So I don't know. I feel like I'm a mix on it. Usually that's when I'm like, if you guys watch me do like the Maragon Gate building, where it's like, oh, they come across the spell scroll. What would be a useful spell scroll to maybe have in this dungeon that we know of thus far? That might be water breathing. It might be fireball's always a good one, but I mean that's just a general use good magic scroll to have, spell scroll to have. It could be a lot of different things, but I do try to make them like I knew that the book wouldn't be trying to Okeanis and have those kinds of things. So. And some rewards have little to no monetary value. Often things like world building or lore specific. We'll say world building, lore, or dungeon clue boards. Something that you get this and it gives you some sort of clue about something or piece of information that's happening dungeon or the campaign or something overall. It doesn't always have to be, oh, you get something that's worth monetary value. It's very helpful. You're starting to DM Kingmaker and you feel like EXP is going to work better than Milestone. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know too much about the Kingmaker path for Pathfinder. I don't know too much about it. I struggle. I have never been successful either running or playing one of those long form published adventure paths. I feel like every single one that I've ever been in gets broken so early on because the players have decided to do or not to do something that really breaks the chain of events very quickly. That's always my experience with them. So that's for published materials. I'm always looking for small adventures rather than huge campaign boxes. But I hope it works out well for you. I've heard really good things about it, so I hope the Kingmaker path works well for you. Yes, yes, you did. Asking about the XP and made me think about it. Yeah. You're upgrading the chat since you get the XP here. Oh, of course, yeah. Certainly you're upgrading. Alright. So this is obviously a relatively deep topic. Let's see. I'm going to have to start very quickly, like, lightning around going through some of the stuff we wanted to meet, because we're already at about 2 hours and 45 minutes. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to take a break real quick. I'm going to get some more coffee because I need it. I got to blow my nose. My allergies are killing me today. So I'm going to do that stuff. We're going to come back here. We're going to knock these out. What I'm seeing thus far, and as we look through this stuff and dive more into the points and look at some stuff that going over my notes that I've made, it seems like as far as the limited amount of information that's being presented to me through my notes, and thinking about it, is that I think I'm on to something with the 2 to 3 sessions. I think that is going to be the GOAT. Sure. But I am excited to see if this proves me wrong as we keep going through it. But you guys hang on. I'm going to go get a drink and blow my nose, and I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I gotta give this. Okay, that part's at least okay. So one of the things I do when I make a cup of coffee, which you might know that hack or not, is you add a little bit of salt in it to help cut some of the acid that could show up. But this time I poured too much salt in it. But it should be all settling down the bottom. So I'm sure the last few sips of my coffee are going to be like salty. But for right now, it's fine. All right. So go back in here. So we've got narrative integration. We're going to try to lightning round some of this stuff. So strong dungeons include lore, factions, mystery, environmental storytelling, consequence. Yes, it does. None of this stuff is important to the length of the dungeon. Other than it's harder to do some of these things. Like mystery is not something you could really do. Mystery is more, I often find, how you describe the things rather than stuff you put in. Environmental storytelling, yes, I talked about like doing the soot on the walls from like, obviously there was a fire in here, as to telegraph that, hey, there's maybe something that does fire in here, so keep that in mind. Jargons be in here. Consequences. Well, sure, yes. The story should justify the dungeon's existence. I mean, the dungeon should have a story, but not necessarily. I mean, I guess that is one of the things that too short. When it's too short, DM prep. And I mean, that's kind of is down here. Kind of falls under shallow experience. Yeah, this is an interesting narrative. It's hard to do that, but also if it's too long, it becomes an incredibly complex narrative. And on here, you lost or turned around. Narrative can bloat. Let's say bloat with dungeon size, or feel simplistic. But also be too drip feed. Also be too drip feed. So pieces can often be forgotten by players between sessions. That happens a lot. Like I said, that's kind of happening in the dungeon that I'm playing in right now, where I'm like, more can feel simplistic. For the what do you know? I was gonna say square footage. Let's say for its mass. This last part, I'm not sure that I even agree with my own statement. It's like it can feel simplistic for its mass, but simple stories often are better. Having a very simple, clear premise and objective in a dungeon is very, very helpful. Because the more complicated or complex you make the story, the less likely people are going to be able to keep it all straight. It is an instance in which clarity is actually more useful for a narrative than cleverness. Being clever is great as long as it gets across. That is really hard to do. It's hard to know that somebody's going to pick up what you're going to put down. Whereas clarity, being clear and direct with your communication, works 9 times out of 10. Whereas cleverness is very difficult to pull off. So usually when it comes to writing basically anything or communicating in any sort of way, is like you should always attempt to be more clear and direct with your communication than trying to be clever. It is one of the things where being clever is sometimes more about you than it is about the person you're speaking to or communicating with. But that's a little bit too psychological for what we're talking about today. So the story should justify, yes, but this is all dungeon building information. Multiple paths, multiple solutions. I bang on that drum enough. You want to don't make problems. Problems have solutions. Make obstacles. Obstacles don't care how you get around them. Go over them, around them, through them. Something's in your path. It's just how you deal with it. That's where D&D and TTRPGs in general really shine. If I put an obstacle in front of you, but it's up for you to come up with some cockamamie scheme to figure out how to deal with that. Like I said, if there's a big pit and you're like, oh, well, I got spider climb, or I turn into a spider, or cast fly, or we literally just jump across, or we use a jump spell, we use some ropes and climb down this pit and climb up the other side. Any of those are valid ways to get across the pit. It's just whichever one you choose. And some of them, depending on how we build that challenge, might have unintended consequences or things that might happen depending on whichever route you take. Or sometimes it's like, hey, you spent spell slots, so you ticked off a resource, so you get to go across it without having to deal with all the other stuff. That's the trade-off. That's the fun resource management aspect of the game. Secret areas. Yeah, secret areas are sometimes overrated. I think it's nice to have them in dungeons. But if you put stuff, you can never put anything in a secret area in a dungeon or any part of an adventure. If they're going to need it for the adventure, it can't be secret because players will have a tendency to miss that. Players are very weird. They'll do that thing where they're like, we search every room for any sort of secret door or secret, cubbies or anything like that, except the room that has the secret door or secret cubby in it, and they get distracted by something else and they don't do it in that room. That happens also a lot, along with walking past the boss room. So yeah, essentially we want enough freedom for agency, but we don't want aimless. So that's a good way to maybe talk about that. So how much content, the measuring stick, disperse rewards throughout. So you want essentially you want enough pathing and choice and exploration that discovery is rewarding, and the PCs can choose, or I guess really players, and the players can choose how to address obstacles with their approach. Don't too little, and it's a railroad or a serial. Not really a railroad. Railroad is technically something else. And it's a serial line with no decisions. No decisions or agency. Too much, and the decisions and agency are diluted to nothingness. Or to essentially to the point is confused with randomness. And randomness is not necessarily fun. One of the examples that sometimes I use for that is that there is one of my family members always wants to play a game when the family gets together. And the game that they always want to play is left, right, center. If you're not familiar with left, right, center, it is a game in which you have tokens. We often play it with money and with like singles. And you have a die, and you roll the die, and depending on the result of the die, you either keep your token, keep your chip, pass the chip to the right, pass the chip to the left, put a chip in the center. That is fully random. There's not really any gameplay there. The gameplay is I roll a die and then do the thing that the dice has to do. There's no choice, there's no agency. A lot of, when we talk about like board games, there is a layer of an intersection of strategy and random chance. And depending on how much chance you like in your game and how much strategy you like in your game can point you towards games that will be fulfilling for you or that you really jive with. That is a game that is 100% random. There is no choice to be made. The only choice to be made is, do you play this game or get up and walk away from the game? Within the context of the game, there is no decision to make. So for me, it's not really a fulfilling game. It's like, it's less fulfilling than gambling, which is also not very fulfilling for me. It's like, ooh, the question is, how slowly can I lose money? Because the house always wins, baby. In the end, the house always wins. If it didn't, there wouldn't be a casino. So it tells you kind of up front. So same sort of situation with this. It's like, if it's a serial line, then there's no decisions to make. But also, at the point in which you have so many decisions to make, but also not as much agency, because you often don't get a lot of clear insight as to what decision you're making at like that T intersection, you're essentially diluting it that agency or exploration all the way down to randomness. And so randomness, most people don't find fun. Almost as unfun as not being able to make any choices at all. So you really have to strike, we want that balance in there. That is what we're trying, that's a big part of the Goldilocks zone, trying to find that. That's okay. So when dungeons get too long, the symptoms players constantly lost, and not constantly, but they do get lost. Repetitive encounters, a lot of encounters, excessive wandering, a lot of backtracking, slow combat pacing. Again, slow combat pacing has nothing to do with dungeons. That's a symptom of contemporary D&D in general. Too much filler content, that's definitely too large of a dungeon. Backtracking is essentially the same thing as being lost. Overly complex puzzles, definitely not a thing about dungeon design, more of a encounter design issue. Sparse rewards, we talked about that a little bit. If it feels like you're not getting anything out of it, it makes you hard to motivate you to continue forward. But also, sometimes sparse rewards is like in stay on target. So, DM indecision. Who knows? Like I said, I wanted the AI to just take my information and organize it, and instead it shot out a bunch of stuff to me that is about building dungeons. I'm like, this is not what I mean. I did not write anything about DM indecision in my notes. This is something that it has made up. Yay, AI. Underlying causes, poor map clarity. Questionable whether you should show the players the map or not. In the campaign that I've been running, I don't really show the players the map of the island they're on or anything. They can fully make a map if they want to. No players tried it yet. But also, like, I want to reward the players who do want to make those maps, like I said. Like, that's not going to be the reason that you guys get lost in the dungeon. But if you decide not to buy chalk to mark your path, sometimes they're like, if they get back to an area where they're at a T intersection or something like that, and they're trying to remember what's down which way, usually I give them like an intelligence history check or something like that. Be like, let's see if you remember the right way you went. Which you may or may not. Actually, I did that in this last session when they were in that 5-room dungeon. It's like, okay, you go down into the Warrens. At the Warrens, in the Warrens, the Vegeman Warrens, you reach a T intersection. You've been down one of these paths before. But you haven't been down the other one. Can you remember which one is which? And they ended up going down really poorly and going down the one that they had already been down. No pacing variation, and that's not necessarily means logged. It though, having just a combat gauntlet will make you feel bad, but that's more about encounter fixture. So that's still an important thing, so let's make sure that we do that. Still want a... Come on. There you go. Okay. Encounter mix. Let's say challenge mix. Challenge mix. Avoid either more than 2 of the same type of challenge in a row. Like, it's perfectly fine, I feel like, my experience both as a player and a dungeon master, to have like 2 combats in a row. I think that's okay. I think if you fight in a room and then you go down to the next room, and the next room also has monsters in it, and you also end up fighting them, I think that's totally fine. I think if you go to a 3rd room and it's also a fight, that's why it becomes a problem. Then you're like, ugh, man, it just feels like I'm going combat, combat, combat. Especially if you're playing in a dungeon, you're like, maybe there's only 3 combat encounters in the entire dungeon, and if you accidentally do all 3 of them in a row, then there's no combat left in the dungeon, and so the rest of it's all going to be exploration opportunities. Now, your slayers and your power gamers are going to love it, but they're going to be real bored for the rest of the dungeon. And everybody else is probably going to be a little upset about it. That's not going to probably be the very fun session for them. So that is my general advice. That's not really necessarily dungeon advice. It's adventure generation advice, whether you're in a dungeon or not. It's try to avoid doing more than 2 of the same type of encounter in a row. And this is going to be like pacing up and down. It's also going to ensure nobody gets too bored of the dungeon content. Like if you did those 3 fights in a row, if you have like an actor player in your party composition in your group, they're probably not going to have a good time for that entire session. If you end up doing 3 combats, and that's going to be most of a standard D&D session, is if you do 3 combats in a row. Given how slow combat tends to be in 5e24. Again, you can speed it up some. That's still, I mean, we can get through, I feel like with my current group, when I'm running, we can get through 3 encounters in the session and still have some left over. But it would be difficult. It'll be easier now that there's only 3 players, because combats will get smaller. Smaller combats are faster. Okay, so I think we got that. Anything about Dungeons 2 feeling too short so that we haven't done few encounters? Okay. I mean, sure. Yeah, that's the same problem. It just doesn't feel like it sticks around very long. That's primarily the problem, regardless of encounters. Because encounters in rooms in this context are going to be basically the same thing if it's too short. Linear progression, we talked about. Simple puzzles. Again, the complexity of puzzles or any non-combat challenge is not necessarily a dungeon design issue. That's an encounter design issue. The same thing with what combat encounters taking too long. That's an encounter issue. That's not necessarily a dungeon issue. Tiny layout. Actually, short dungeons don't have to have a tiny layout. They can be massive. You can make the rooms as large as you want, or the areas as large as you want. So, no. Minimal obstacles. That's the same thing as few encounters. Now, we've already talked about linear progression. An overpowered party. Kind of, I guess. I don't know why you would be making a dungeon that the party is... Assuming you're making a dungeon, the party would be over-leveled for. Now, that being said, they just went through... I just ran the Lavender Grove, which was a dungeon adventure that was made for a level 2 party, and they were a level 3 party. So they did get through it pretty easily. It wasn't too difficult for them. But I also didn't want it to be particularly difficult for it, and I knew that going in that it wasn't going to be particularly difficult for them. So you still need to choose things that are within the same band. But again, that's not necessarily a length problem. That's more of a difficulty problem. But yeah, it sucks if you have PCs that walk in and just curb stomp every challenge that's in there. But maybe that's great for you. And You know, it's nice to have a party that you can trust that can take care of themselves and do their business. And you don't always feel like they're tightroping over a pit of fire. Minimal traps, again, that's the same as too few encounters. Easy exits or skips. I don't know what this means. This is clearly not from my notes. I do believe that it's important that you have multiple exits, but again, that's more of a dungeon design thing. Multiple points of ingress and egress from a dungeon, which is both useful because it allows a lot of agency for the players to figure out how they want to approach a dungeon if they know that there's more than one entrance. Also allows them to leave the dungeon if they want to without having to backtrack all the way through a dungeon, which, as I said, means they have to roll a lot of random wandering monster checks. So having another one that they can run out of is super useful. It also means that your monsters, especially like your BBEGs or your villains or stuff like that, can escape through that secondary or tertiary exit out of the dungeon. 2 to 3 entrances and exits work really well in my mind. So in the current one that they are about to run into, there are 2. Oh, nah, actually, I take that back. There's like 4. But 2 of them are underwater, so they're probably not going to take those. But there are 2 that are not underwater. One is the way that they're getting in already, and then one is a different way out, which they will have to discover while they do that, which will be important for them. We'll tie into some other stuff that's going on. So again, overpowered party is not necessarily a symptom of a dungeon. That's more of a party issue. Sparse story integration. Yeah, we talked about the story not really having an issue. You can only do so much story when you have so few resources to play with. Underlying causes, no meaningful friction. I don't know if that's true. Lack of exploration, that is a problem. We told you already in there. Weak narrative investment. Yeah, again, one of the issues is that those I keep saying one room. 1 page dungeons or 5-room dungeons or 1 session like one-shot dungeons. The fact that they are so disposable means that they are by nature have to be pretty forgettable most of the time. No meaningful friction. Not well defined at what AI means by meaningful friction. And the encounters are too easy. Again, that's an encounter design problem. That's not a dungeon design problem. It has nothing to do with the dungeon length. That's not even an adventure design problem. That's just an encounter design problem. That is saying like, hey, you know, my car doesn't get very good gas mileage. And be like, yeah, because all your tires are flat. That's a tire problem. That's not a car problem. It has nothing to do with your engine, its fuel efficiency. That has everything to do with, hey, you need new tires. Universal synthesis. Modern dungeon design. Man, it really cooked. It really thinks it cooked with this one. It really thinks it's doing something special. Pretty much this, yeah. A dungeon with too few encounters equals no pressure. Too many encounters equals constant fatigue. What I would say is constant. Again, because the way that I run, I tend towards this aspect of the game, where I'm kind of putting my heel down on the PC's throats and rarely let up, is that keeping dungeons shorter for me. If I tried to run like a 10-session dungeon, it was like invariably I'd probably kill 1, if not more, PCs, because that tends to be the way that I roll. Or I'd really have to pull punches to not make that happen. I like to tell them, hey man, the business of living's real dangerous. You could die. In fact, you will. Nothing you can do to stop it except become a 20th level PC. That's the only way you could stop it. Otherwise, death comes for us all. Alright, so flexible length and scope. Sure, I guess. But not really helpful when we're trying to come up with the length. I still think everything's pointing me towards that 2 to 3 session. I still think that's right. It's enough that you can really do something interesting with the narrative. You can literally break it down into 3-act structure with each session being an act. If you really want to get that far into the mechanics of narrative, you can fully do that. And plan for 3-session structure and be able to do that. So, really great. Encounters and meaningful tools. Who knows what that means? Couldn't tell you. Resource management creates tension. We've already talked about that. Integrated narrative matters. This sounds like some weird corpo speak. Integrated narrative matters. Will boost the bottom line, driving revenue, increasing profitability. Integrated narrative matters. The dungeon should have a story, and it should be reflected in the dungeon. I assume that's what they're trying to say. Player agency is essential. I mean, it's obviously not. If you've seen some people's dungeons, it's obviously not essential. But it should be, as a core principle, you should focus around having some agency. Rewards should reinforce engagement. Yeah, it's nice to have things that are rewarded. The rewards are tied into the story and into the world diegetically, so they make sense, and they are more than the sum of their parts. They are more than the thing that they are. Let's put it that way. Maps should support decisions. That's the same thing as having agency. Possible. Oh, this is stuff. What is this weird stuff it gave me? Oh, it's because I told it that I probably said that I was making something for a live stream. That's funny. What's the ideal dungeon length for your table? How many encounters before players burn out? About 3. Honestly. Do players prefer mega dungeons? Depends on the player, but that's a very easy one. Nope. One shots? Usually not. Story dungeons. What the hell's a story dungeon? This is like other dungeons? Then yes. That's what we're considering that. What ruins dungeon pacing the fastest? Ooh, that's actually this is a good one. That's actually a good one. What ruins dungeon pacing the fastest? I would say encounters or rooms. What's a good way to say this? So it's like each encounter / scene should have clear direction or choice as to what PC should do next. One of the things that I think a lot of dungeons struggle from is you walk into a room, there's, because they've been on my mind, Sahagwin in the room. You fight the Sahagwin, you're done. And then there's like, okay, we exit the combat phase. And then people just are like, okay, what do we do now? Like, so having a clear direction or as to how the PCs they transition into the next piece of actionable content. I think this is one of the things that is really killing me in the dungeon that we're in, is that we finish an encounter with a monster, we kill the monster or do whatever, or solve the puzzle or whatever, and they're like, great, there's a room with 3 doors in it. Great. We go to each door and open each door. See what's in there. What do you know? It's a hallway. What do you know? It's a hallway. What do you know? It's a hallway. Okay, we pick a hallway at random and head down that hallway. It's that because there's no real clear direction or choice there. We're like, we can go 3 directions. We're not really getting any information as to what's down either way. Each one lends into a nondescript hallway. So there's not really a choice to make here. And one of these, invariably some of the rooms lead to more hallways or more intersections, or a room that maybe doesn't have anything in it, or is a room that we've already gone through that we didn't realize looped back. You're like, okay, so now we're spending a lot of time kind of spinning wheels getting to the next piece of actionable dungeon. And I think that's really what kills pacing. That really kills pacing when you don't do that. And we're saying pacing. And I'm going to say actually momentum or progress. Really hard. That's why I try in my dungeon design not to have rooms that have like 3 exits on it or more exits, because you can have a lot of exits in a room. Unless it's like a big hub room. Like usually I try to only have like 2 exits out of a room. Instead try to use intersections as a way to get as the hubs to get to different areas. That way they can reach an intersection and I can give them the sensory details of what's down different hallways, and that at least gives them some indication about, I can make a choice about this based off of a little bit of context I have. It at least tells me which one I am more likely to want to investigate. Now I might get down there and maybe I don't like what's in that room, or I don't want to mess with that, and I come back or I realize it's a room I've already been to, but at least I had some thought about, okay, I have, feels like I'm making a decision instead of just choosing a direction. Are modern players less tolerant of large dungeons? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's not necessarily, the style of gameplay of D&D is very, very different. If you look at gameplay in the year of our Lord, 2026 versus 1976. Very different style of play. Where everything's like, oh, we delve in the dungeon. There's not really a lot of RP stuff. Not really like a cohesive campaign story. It's like the story is get rich, baby, or die trying. We go into dangerous things and we do dangerous things. We go into dangerous places and do dangerous things to dangerous foes. All looking for that sweet, sweet, filthy lucre, which is our experience points once we get it back to town. So very, very different. Just having the idea that money represents your XP or ability to level up and gain power, as opposed to some sort of story motivation, which is more contemporary D&D. Wildly different game. It's essentially a very different type of game. Very, very different. It does not play the same. Very different. Alright. So, according to what AI has interpreted my notes, unfortunately, and added its own flavor because it really thinks it cooked on this stuff. Which, knowing AI, it's probably gone to back up my initial thoughts, even though I don't think I told them what my initial assumption was in my notes. The perfect dungeon probably has a clear objective. Yeah. Has nothing to do with the length of it, but yeah. But I think having a clear objective does help. We can go ahead and add that. So having a clear objective, push goal, work towards, that signals, primarily because it signals the dungeon's end. And of course you need a strong motivation. Even better, the motivation as a time element. Because otherwise, in a lot of dungeons, what you end up having is that people will take slow. I mean, we've all played like a Diablo or something like that, or a video game in general, where you're like, okay, well, I've killed all the monsters in this dungeon or level or whatever, and I'm gonna go make sure that I get all the loot and make sure I've found all the secrets and completely 100% this area before I move on to them. And that's slow, and it's not necessarily fulfilling gameplay. So if you change that idea to be like, oh, you guys have a reason that you need to quickly deal with this, whether that effort is external, as in the motivation is, hey, we need to get these specific deep mushrooms so the herbalist can make the elixir that's going to cure the blight in the town or the pox that's in the town, whatever. So we're like, oh, it's a timed element. The more time we take down here, the more people who are going to die from the pox. So we got to move quickly. Because time is life, baby. Or it's the other motivation is like, hey, the longer that you guys screw around down in here, the more likely it is that you're going to have wandering monster encounters. And by more likelihood, I just mean the more encounters you will have. And those encounters don't provide, because I don't run an XP backed game, and most people don't, I think, anymore, is that you're not going to get much out of that fight. You might get some pocket contents loot, but like, they're not going to be walking around with magic swords. You're not going to get any cool loot off of this people. They're going to just have chintzy, regular stuff. So really, the more time you spend down in here, the more resources are wicked away from you, whether that's hit points or spell slots or whatever abilities that you use. Which means when you get to doing the fights that you need to get through this clear objective, to accomplish this clear objective or goal, the more difficult that's going to be for you. Then you go, oh, we need to rest. If you rest, you're going to incur even more of that. So do you leave the dungeon to rest? If you do that, that's taking even more time. And then, presumably, even if you have the motivation, being in the dungeon is dangerous, other things still happen in the world. So if you guys take your time leisurely exploring the dungeon, other things should happen in the world in your absence. Both good and bad. Is that the world keeps on ticking. Strong pacing shifts. Who knows what that is? Meaningful rewards, yeah. Player choice, certainly. Narrative relevance, yeah, you assume that you're on an adventure, so there should be some sort of story to that adventure. And the place you go to do that adventure in a location-based adventure should be a primary component of that narrative. Seems self-evident to me, but maybe it's not. A satisfying endpoint before fatigue begins. Yeah. So I think that that's what works for me, because I really want to push them to the point where my players feel like they need to take a long rest, but they don't. They're not fully out of resources, but do feel like they could benefit from a long rest. But if they do, it might be more trouble than it's worth. So I think we've nailed that part. So, what's our final takeaway? Dungeon size itself is not the real issue. Kind of. Like I said, it depends. Some groups are faster than others. And the only way to really know that is to measure your own group. Like I said, when I do my prep, and then I always make notes after I run, so I can understand how much the prep they got through. That's how I know, oh, by the way, I dropped down from 4 players to 3 players. Oh, they went through prep a lot faster. When there is one less player, that's one less player that needs to go in combat, that's one less player that needs to weigh in on decisions, or has some thing that they fixate on that's not important, or some side conversation. So everything just moves a little bit faster. Moves, what, like a third faster? Quarter faster, something like that. So everything just moves a little bit faster, so they can get through more stuff. So it's really how much time do you want to spend? And having that at the outset knowingly. So if I know that I'm always looking for about 2 to 3 sessions, that I find that to be the sweet spot, because people aren't going to forget stuff, too much stuff in between the weeks, between sessions, but also, there's enough meat there that there's some sort of interesting narrative or some sort of interesting mechanic I can do in the dungeon, or some sort of gimmick, whether that's a story or a mechanics thing, that there's going to be enough opportunity for us to really sink our teeth into that and really make that a satiating gameplay experience, which is what I'm looking for as a Dungeon Master, both for myself and for my players. But the dungeon size is not the real issue, but also is engagement density. Yeah, kind of. I mean, what I really want to do is remove most of the stuff that's not engaging. So we want to do that. Let's say that what we're going to do. A small dungeon can feel endless. Not really. It really can't, actually. Sorry, a 5-room dungeon cannot feel endless. I hate to break that to you. It can feel like it's taking forever, but it can't feel endless. Unless you're doing something like it's a Lost Woods thing where there's like, you're lost in the woods in maybe a magical Fey realm, and you continue to run into the same encounters again and again and again and again. But that's not necessarily... I mean, I guess a labyrinth is a dungeon. Not necessarily what we call good dungeon design. I would say that that's definitely a design issue, not really a length issue. I forgot what I was going to write down. What was I going to write down? Oh, engagement then. Yes. So look, create, and cut. How can I remove non-useful or interesting content? Like, too many looping passages, or independent passages. I do this often. I think I did this. Yes, I'm pretty sure that I did this in the dungeon design I did the last few weeks. In that you saw me as like, oh, this room connects to the same 2 or 3 other rooms. So what I can do, instead of making 3 separate doorways with 3 separate hallways between those areas, I can make one door with one hallway that has a 4-way intersection in it. And now, instead of having 4 different doors that I need to explore, is now, oh, you go to the intersection, you're going to get some of that sensory data, and you can decide which way you want to go. And then the intersection itself becomes the hub rather than the room. That way, there's no content there, they're just passing back and forth. And combine independent passages into the same place, into branching passages. You're basically looking to kind of remove square footage from your dungeon that's really not serving anything. Like 2 rooms that are just connected by a passage is no different, and that passage doesn't have anything in it, is no different than those 2 rooms being next to each other. And the only reason they're not next to each other is because the weird way that old school dungeons are built and generated randomly, or under the idea is like we need to create space between these 2 rooms, because if we have these 2 rooms next to each other, it's really hard to explain why the monsters in that room hear a fight happening in this room and don't come into this room to help with it or to join the fray. And so the easy answer to that is like, okay, well, make sure that 2 of those combats aren't right next to each other, that there's something else that's going on in that room, or there's something that's occupying them, whether it's loud or something else that's happening like that. Or there are 2 separate factions who aren't there to help each other, that maybe antagonize each other. But you could argue maybe that's why they show up, because they think they're fighting somebody else from their own faction. Maybe. Got lots of dead rooms. Some dungeons have a bunch of dead rooms, depending on, especially on what area you made it. In old school dungeons, there are a lot of dungeon rooms that just don't have anything in them. What is it, like 1 in 3 rooms don't have, something stupid like that. Like 1 in 3 rooms are just empty with nothing in them. Maybe it's 1 in 6. And I'm like, that's a lot of rooms. That's what, like 16% of the rooms, or 33%. That's a lot. That's a high percentage of rooms. So if you run a dungeon that's got 12 rooms in it, it's likely that at least 2 of those rooms are empty. That's not necessarily great design. It's a lot of empty space that's not being served. So if you can just cut those 2 rooms and the passages going to those rooms, you can cut out a lot of just blank content where it's just like, oh, we go someplace, there's nothing here, we turn around and go back the other way. So we want there to be different approaches, different ways, different paths you can move through the dungeon, but the choices of making those paths should be feel engaging in action. And not just, oh, you went this way, there's nothing here. Ooh, great content, guys. But lots of dead rooms. I'll say cut most dead rooms. How about that? Instead of dead rooms, let's just say empty rooms. I feel like if I go back and look at that later, I'd be like, what? Dead rooms? Like undead? No. Empty rooms. Small dungeon can feel endless? No. Massive dungeon can feel exciting. For a time. The truth is, for a time it can. And the length of how long you're in the dungeon, which is really more about the hours you spend playing at the table than the actual dungeon. But those things are heavily correlated. So you can't be like, well, those aren't the same thing. Kind of they are, though, at the same time. The true Goldilocks zone is the point where player engagement stays consistently high without exhaustion. Great. Perfect. Not a tangible thing. Alright, well, that's everything we need out of here. So, that was a bust. I'm sorry about that, guys. That guy's just... They did weird things with my notes. I apologize. I wish I had the chance to look at it beforehand instead of being right under again, and that's why I resorted to AI for it. But I think it got us in a room. I think that this is proven out, at least for me, that as far as I can tell, that 2 to 3 sessions is this Goldilocks zones for dungeons. That's the place that I have found is really the crease for me, both running games and playing dungeons, because now I'm more aware of this stuff than I felt like I would have been years ago. So now I'm very hyper aware of these things. So there's the aspect of I'm playing D&D and spending time with my friends and having fun, and then there's an entire layer that's sitting on top of that and be like, okay, how do I feel about how things are going? How could things be better? What would I change? And if somebody else is running, what would I change or maybe do differently here? How would I approach this? This is a problem I'm having. Are other people also having this issue with the dungeon? And asking for feedback from other people. Like, how do you feel about the dungeon? How's it going? Does it feel too long? Is there too much empty content? Do you feel like you're spinning your wheels? Which is the real problem that I have with the current dungeon that we're in. Like, I feel like we're spinning our wheels, and one of the things that we pointed out here is that having this location does feel like it's very important for the overall aspect of the campaign, but not necessarily the point in the campaign we're at. It's like the closest thing I can put it is like going into the DLC of a video game too early. You're like, oh, this DLC is available, and you go into it, and it starts referencing things that haven't happened in the main story yet, and you're like, what? Who? What's happening? Or it's like, oh, I have this dearth of information, but I don't have the context to use it yet, because it feels like something that's further on in my campaign that I haven't come across yet. It's like, cool, I have all this great information, and it feels important. Like, we're spending so much time on it, and it is engaging, and there's a lot of it, and I like it. It's not like I don't like the world building and the lore and what's going on. It's like, I don't know how to applicate it to what's going on in the campaign at this moment. I feel like somebody who has handed me... I feel like an algebra student who has been handed a calculus textbook, and I'm like, okay, like, I understand stuff in here, but how is this going to help me do my algebra homework? It feels like I should have already done my algebra homework, and if I had done all my algebra homework, I would be able to understand this a little bit better than I. And so we're kind of missing that middle step. Yeah, I think... So creating the right size dungeon for the game. We'll go over this, and this will be the last thing we do. Then we're going to say bye-bye for today. So, we're going to create that right size dungeon, that Goldilocks zone for the dungeon, which I believe is to be 2 to 3 sessions. But like we said, every group's different, so it's really going to depend on you. So you'll be able to find that out with your group. Because there's definitely groups I felt like was like really pushing towards maybe like a single session 5-room dungeon is really all the bandwidth they have for some things. And other groups are super heavily invested and take really great notes and really pay attention and are very like exploration based players and can really go like deep into dungeons. Very different. So it's going to depend a lot on your player and their party composition. significantly. But creating the right size is, regardless, these should apply to any dungeon that you're making. Trying to make the right size dungeon for you is to have that clear objective and goal. Why are they here? That is one of the things that I struggle with in the current dungeon that we're like. This feels important, but not necessarily the important thing we should be doing right now. There's a lot of other campaign stuff that's going on the timer. So it just didn't feel like this is the important thing, because again, we kind of just stumbled across this dungeon. We didn't go seek it out or have a very strong motivation for being here other than to learn information, the opportunity to learn information we didn't already. But with no pointed direction, like compass direction for why we need this specific information. So we want that motivation to have some sort of time element. Don't have it in the current dungeon. In fact, it is the lack of that. This is part of the issue. So, primary measuring stick is session length. How long, as I say with any dungeon design, that's actually the very first beginning of my dungeon creation document. How long do you want these people to be in the dungeon? How long do you want to run a dungeon? You go, oh, I want 1 session. Great. You know the average number of sessions? 45 minutes for about 4 players. That's the rule of thumb. Your experience will vary. Some groups are quicker, some groups are slower. If you have fewer players in it, they'll be faster. If you have more players, things will go slower. Keep that in mind. And you'll be able to dial that in a little bit differently. Right? Different groups play different size and speed, depending on the encounters. Think also, how much content will your players be able to remember between sessions? If you play weekly games like I do, they'll be able to do more. If you only play once a month, they're not going to remember a lot but in between dungeons. Especially, they got other life going on. They might be playing in other games like me. That's the big issue I'm running into, is I've got a lot of other games that I'm trying to, that are all competing for my limited brain space for D&D in general, in addition to all the other stuff I do with D&D. TTRPGs. Because you have to remember, some people have better memories than others. Some people take better notes than others. Some people miss sessions of play, which is also an issue. Which, regardless of how good their memory is or how great of notes they take, if they're not there, they don't have either one of those things. And if you have one person who is primarily responsible for this, and they don't show up to that session can become a black hole as to trying to remember what was happening. As far as the players are concerned, generally you want to avoid long rests, so that kind of gives us some dovetail. So you know with their level, kind of how many they can get through. If you follow the standard, the 5 to 10 encounters per adventuring day or whatever, which again is still a huge amount. But generally, the way that I design dungeons, and I think is that I found to be the superior way, is that I don't want them to take long rests. Now again, if you want to do that mega dungeon build where it's like more of a hex crawl kind of layout where there's a safe haven that they can go to and rest, a massive dungeon actually starts to become little slices of dungeon that they can do expeditions on. So instead of having one mega dungeon, you start to end up with maybe like a dozen smaller dungeons. They can go, if you want to break it down like into areas or zones, they can go with. I'm getting ahead of my own notes. You want to maintain breathing room in that design, so you can't fully stuff that. So if you're planning for 2 to 3 sessions, or however many sessions that you want this dungeon to be, or you think that your players will be able to handle, you can't fully fill that glass. You need to get maybe 75%, 80% of that glass full, adventure full, and then leave that extra breathing room for the random stuff that players do. They get sidetracked with crosstalk, or somebody shows up to a session late, or random encounters, or whatever. The way that sometimes I've seen it reframed in the things that I really jive with this is like, hey, if you plan for 3 sessions of content and you end early on one of those sessions, nobody's going to be upset if you end the session 30 minutes early, unless they're paying for it. But assuming you're running for your friends for free, like if you end the session 30 minutes early because you're like, like we could go on, but if we get into this next one, it's going to take longer. People will be more upset with you if a session runs longer than if you cut it short. So don't feel like you have to, if you're like, we can go into this fight, but this next fight's definitely probably going to take 45 minutes. And really, we only have about 20 minutes left in our session. Don't start that fight. Be like, you can basically get all the way up to the point of like rolling initiative and then be like, and we'll pick up with the fight next time. And so you can kind of give them that cool cliffhanger. And then if you need to make a little bit more content, you can go home and then the next week or during your session prep for the next session, you can add a little bit more content if you need to flesh things out to make sure they have a full session next time of content to play with, whether that's in or outside of the dungeon after completing it. You want to disperse those rewards throughout the dungeon, which helps incentivize exploration at the cost of increased danger. Yeah. You want to make them feel good about exploring, but also be like, exploring is like a side goal. It's not the primary goal of why you're in whatever dungeon it is. You don't want it to take away from this thing right up top, that clear objective or goal. It's like, hey, if we have the opportunity to grab some stuff pretty easily, and maybe we only have to go through one fight on it potentially, yeah, let's do that. We spend a lot of time looking through stuff here. It's actually going to be worse for us than if we had not looked for stuff at all. Monetary rewards are good. Rewards that add to the story or world building or are personal for a PC are superior to random loot. But not all rewards should do that. You do need a mix. Some rewards have little to no monetary value. You can also give out rewards that is world building, where they learn lore about the world, they learn some sort of information, they get a clue to something that's happening in the dungeon or in the greater scheme of the campaign, that they learn a tidbit of information, those secrets and clues that are really, really great. They give you these that have their own intrinsic value but don't really have any monetary value. And you want to make sure that in your dungeon you have enough pathing and choice in exploration that the discovery continues to feel rewarding all the way throughout, from start to end, and the players get to choose through that pathing how to address different obstacles with their approach. Knowing that there are 2 or 3 different ways into one room with some sort of obstacle in it allows you to choose which way you want to go into that room to deal with that challenge. Some ways will probably be better than others, more ideal than others, but they might have to go through 1 or 2 other different rooms that might have their own challenges to get to that place. That's very good choice and actionable stuff that they can do. If you get too little in there, it becomes that serial railroad where there's no decisions or agency to make anything. The only decision is, do we move forward or not? And if there's too much, the decisions and agency get diluted to the point where it's essentially random, because you don't have enough information, or you're having to make so many decisions that you have decision fatigue, and you're like, whatever, I mean, we're going to look through all the passages anyway, so I guess we take the one that's on the left, or we flip a coin or roll a die or whatever it is. And that's not very fulfilling. That doesn't reward, you don't get the discovery reward experience with that engagement and making that choice. You want to make sure that there's a mix of encounters and challenges. Avoid stringing together more than 2 of the same type of challenges in a row as far as the spatial design. That way they don't accidentally do all the combat and then there's no combat left for the rest of the dungeon, or vice versa, they do all the exploration or all the social encounters, or they find all the empty rooms first and then they get really bored of the dungeon right off the bat. Any of that kind of stuff. That helps the pacing up and down, keeps things smooth, ensures that nobody gets too bored of the dungeon content depending on the type of player, archetype, or archetypes, multiple that they personify. Each encounter or scene should have a clear direction and choice as to how the PCs transition into the next piece of action over dungeon content. That's the thing that a lot of dungeons don't do very well. It really kills that momentum of progress when you don't do that, when you're like, you've ended this combat in this room, there are 3 doors. Again, that randomness of being like, and behind each door is a hallway. At the end of each hallway is a junction with more hallways or another room. And it's like, I have to go through so many steps to find out whether this is a path I want to take or not. Try to consolidate that as succinctly as you can. Which leads right into this one, is you want to create the dungeon and then see how much of the useless stuff you can kind of cut out of it. How can I remove those non-useful or uninteresting. We want to keep the interesting stuff. Uninteresting content. Too many looping passages. If there's too many loops in there, like, oh, how many passages can I combine into a single passage, or take parallel passages and turn them into an intersection passage? And if there are a bunch of empty rooms in a dungeon, which old school dungeons tend to have quite a few empty rooms, how many of those can I just cut out? Now, you don't want to cut all of them, but you want to cut most empty. You definitely don't want them to be a significant portion of the dungeon. And we should probably just add that. Don't represent significant portion of dungeon areas. Of the dungeons. Dungeons areas. I think if you do all that stuff, regardless of how long you make it, because that Goldilocks zone, that is going to be a little bit different for every table. Even me as a dungeon master, between the groups that I play with, I would make very different dungeons, I think. Or certainly I would have the ability to make different dungeons. But I do also, the singular point is always going to be me. I am the common denominator between all games that I play in and all games that I run. So, might be selfish, but my proclivities are going to come first and foremost. And some people are going to like that and some are not. But I try not to always do it my way. Always try to stretch yourself and do things a little bit. Yeah, that's it for this one. Guys, thanks for hanging out. I wish there was a super definitive answer. This is one of the things where it's the art of dungeon mastering or game mastering and not necessarily the science of it. But we use the science to back it up, so knowing those 45 minutes per encounter, knowing having an idea about how many sessions we want to run a dungeon gives us a lot of insight. We can ask questions that give us specific data points that help us try to figure that question out. And then the rest of it's all that flair, that artistic, kind of just comes with experience kind of vibe, just kind of knowing stuff. Which unfortunately you can only get through experience. I wish that was not the case. I wish I could take stuff that I know about gaming and download it into your brain, and I could take the stuff that you guys know about running sessions of D&D and download it into my brain. But hey, we do our best, and that's why we make like this. So thanks for hanging out. Hopefully that was useful for you. If you hung around for the whole thing, you're a real one. This is a long stream and not what I intended to do, but the notes were scattershot, and away it goes. If you like this content, go ahead and give it a like. If you want to follow us or be subscribed, we're on Twitch. You can follow us over there. Subscribe over on YouTube. Both of those are at RedRaggedFiend. Over on YouTube, you can also see all the old videos that I've done and pick up on that. We have the solo RPG series, which we're going to be continuing with next Saturday. I'm looking here at my calendar to make sure that's true. I believe that to be true. As far as I know, there aren't any reasons why I wouldn't be doing that. Unless I get sick or don't feel like it or something else comes up, or maybe I have a great topic idea, or who knows. But the plan is, next Saturday, we'll do more of our solo RPG stream. So if you ever want to see a kid dealing with a political turmoil as he becomes a political target as they march their way out to the northern marches. So next session, they'll be going into the Rookland. And they'll see, maybe they'll be riding the Rook Ferry, which is a giant crow, into the northern marches, where they can visit the White Birch Inn and maybe get an idea about what the hell's waiting for them outside the boundary of the Principality. So if you're interested in that, go join along. See. And finally, Reed will become a level 1 character instead of a level 0 commoner. It would be nice. Yep. That's it. Thanks for hanging out, guys. There's other stuff. Drive-thru RPG, coffee, all that good stuff down there. If you want to look at that stuff, if you would like to support me more directly, and I would appreciate it. Otherwise, that's it for this one, and I'll see you guys next time. Alright? Bye.